Yeah, a new toy has arrived, which allows me to do more interesting videos. So I now have my green screen, which is going to be fun, and it's going to lead to all sorts of interesting random stuff done. Hello to Twitch. Hello to YouTube. Both of you should be live now. Should be, he says. And the bot should be working. We say this. Yeah, when I type in open, putting in question test immediately, that before it's even responded to the open, kind of cruel on the poor bot. I thought they did. However, for some reason, and somehow, Streambot has managed to turn itself off. And now it's reconnecting. I'm not sure how it managed to do that. We've been joined by a Foxo.
Hey, hello, Foxo. Not quite, but...
No, Dragon.
I can grab the fox more than likely.
No, although actually, there is some fun there is some fun coming up because I was asked to recommend which one Glyn should ask for as his assistant for Hoi 4 because he doesn't play Hoi 4 that much, whether to have you or Foxo. And I'm sorry, I recommended Foxo.
Foxo's uninstalled the game. She's not been playing Hoi for quite a while. But...
No, well, that was part of the reason, because I thought you'd want to be playing and she could be advising him, but also, and this was more important point of, who's going, in nicest way, you have kindness in your soul, whereas Foxo has none when it comes to her enemies on Hoi 4, and she will absolutely help Glyn destroy everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yes. Well, I think Glyn will probably end up getting to play Canada, so should be able to build the Lynx class quite easily. Oh, you're a cute poodle, aren't you? Yes, you are. Questions are coming in. Questions. Ugh! He's trying to rip it off my head. That's helpful. This is why I end up with problems with my electronics, so you rip them off my head.
You aren't paying insufficient attention to him.
Yeah.
There is a solution to this.
Well, the questions are coming in. Guests are silent, apparently. They shouldn't be. Can you all talk?
I can talk. Can anyone hear? If Fleet speaks in the forest, is he still wrong?
That's a bit cruel. He is, but he's also speaking to the forest, and that's just cruel. No. Fleet is very cool.
Yeah.
Fleet is also, though, the proof of the danger of AI, because he is also sometimes the most confidently wrong person you will deal with. And this is where the whole meme of him being wrong comes from, because he was so confidently wrong on so many occasions whilst in Japan, it became a running meme. So even the times he was right, and there were a couple of occasions he was right, got overwhelmed by the times he was wrong, because he was so confidently wrong in the face of often everyone else looking at him going, but we're sure it's not that way. No, 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 it certainly is. No? It's like he's had the confidence to say no to all four of us at the same time, that we were wrong and he was right. And the clue that there was a problem was the fact that all four of us then agreed to, let's go and see if you're right. Shall we? Hearing Dr. Dan, but not anyone else. I think that's because Dragon's currently muted, and
I think it's only the three of us.
That's only the three of us at the moment.
Yes, I'm just currently dealing with these things,
we do have an alternate history and a sci-fi Bruships coming up. So sci-fi Bruships is next week. Alternate history is the week after that. So that's it. And this has arrived for the book review videos. So I have no idea how this will be. This has literally arrived today from Amazon. As we all know, Christmas and this time period comes with a jungle theme. It has a user manual, which at some point I may actually read. It's supposed to have a pretty good camera for being able to look at books. So from now, when I do a book review, you should be able to see the book as well that I'm reading instead of just on the top of my head. That is the theory. We will see how it works in practice, because I will try and record a book review tomorrow.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Seneca. I think it's Seneca, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I decided
To pop up and say pop up and say hello.
no. I decided I wanna join the stage.
Okay, that's fine.
For bit.
It's always nice to have some extra company.
Yeah.
And yeah, use a document camera myself. Very useful. Figured it out during COVID for my econ lectures. Yeah, it's basically it's a projector. It is a projecting camera. It is supposed to be projecting books, etc. and things. So hopefully it does the job, and hopefully when I do the book reviews, you get to read the book along with me a bit, and we'll see what it goes like. You can see when I'm ad-libbing extra bits in. There are some questions in here which are particularly interesting, and there's a few of them which are going to torture many, many people. Also, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, how can it become a copy of Scharnhorst when I don't think Scharnhorst launches till... If I'm not mistaken, she's the one which launches in not commissioned until 1939, isn't she? Yeah, she's commissioned in January 1939, so they can't become copies of her. They would precede her. I know that's being being very, very fussily correct, but technically, if they become copies, 15-inch gun versions of a Scharnhorst in 1938, they're going to precede her into service. So she becomes a copy of them.
Yeah, let's not worry about causality in this one.
Oh, there are some good questions coming. There are some really cool questions coming.
Yeah.
So it's fun having Dan and Seneca both on the same thing, because yeah. Well, Seneca, how many times were you muted by Dan?
Oh, I lost count at some point. I think it was in the dozens. Like 1 dozen.
I know it's a running meme between you two, but it did get a bit disturbing at certain points.
It was all fun and games.
It was. Hey, we have so much lore now on this channel, the Brew Historians. It's quite disturbing sometimes.
Yeah. At least, I mean, the Blackburn religion.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still a fun anecdote to tell people I got banned so much on a channel that I'm now a mod.
What was the...
Yes,
it was...
my hand finger is getting twitchy just having you here.
Oh, good lord. Ay, caramba. So, first question tonight. Michael Cooch, it's 1937. You're given a warehouse and told to stockpile one existing system so you have a pool to draw from when war comes. For each of the major navies, what item do you select and why?
Royal Navy. 1937.
Yes.
Royal Navy, it's the 2-pounder Bofors. 2-pounder pom-pom.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but OBS is now reconnected. I don't know why, but OBS is now reconnected. I don't know why OBS decided to disconnect and reconnect, and everything, the whole internet decided to disconnect and reconnect. I'm not sure why. It literally just disconnected and reconnected. I do apologise to everyone. But no, we were back. We were on the thing of why. Why are you going for pom-pom? Why? Basically. You okay? You okay? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
That's good.
The person you asked the question to, I don't know.
Oh, it's to all of you, because, basically Dan said the pom-pom, and everyone seemed to agree, so I'm asking why. Why the pom-pom?
No, I'm not agreeing.
You're not agreeing?
What
are you going for?
Depth charges.
Depth charges.
Or a whole warehouse full of Aztec stuff that can that you can retrofit ships with to Aztec.
Okay.
So basically, I'm going anti-submarine equipment.
Good choice.
I don't know the actual models and stuff, but just that general stuff. But anti-air is also a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Dan, why were you going for the pom-pom?
The losses to air attacks in the first part of the war. The things like the useful destroyers. So being able to stick something like a quad pom-pom on most or all of them, and it's in service, so I can get it. Because the Royal Navy doesn't have Bofors, the Army does. The British Army's by about 37. The British Army's going for the Bofors, but yeah, I thought pom-pom, just stick with one thing. Yeah. And it'll make a bigger difference early on because you'll get to then keep ships, hopefully, around for longer.
Yeah, that was also my idea with the anti-sub equipment, because you can quickly retrofit ships to be anti-submarine warfare ships, and you can nip the submarine threat in the bud, so it doesn't. So the submarines don't become a threat. You can kill off the good sub crews early.
Okay. Dragon, anything to offer?
If I could get it, I would love to get a large amount of battleship grade armor plating in 37. Because being able to actually get a stockpile of that for later, yes, well, we're having trouble producing enough armor plate for these. Well, warehouse. I would love to have said the 6-pounder, but the 6-pounder isn't available in 1937.
No.
As that's designed 1940.
I'm going to go for radar sets.
Yeah, would be a good one.
That's also a good idea. That
Because
I
you know,
almost went
ima-
radar sets as well,
imagine
but
how
I
many
didn't
could
know if they were.
imagine how many could store. They're being put at first introduced in 37. Yes, they're going to be the early ones, but what most people don't know about the story about the earliest radar set is it would actually turn out to be very good at spotting submarines on the submarine periscopes on the surface accidentally. And the vessel fitted with it as trial turned out to be quite good at hunting them with them. And also was good for air defence and those things. So if you get the early model radar set, whilst it's not as good as the later models, you could stockpile a few hundred, probably in a warehouse, a decent sized warehouse. And, well, that can be rapidly fitted on ships in 1939, and suddenly, most of your fleet has radar. And that's going to affect the ASW war, because submarines on the surface are going to be going, oh, we've been picked up. Submarines with periscopes up are going to be, oh, we've been picked up. And aircraft are going to be going, oops, we've been picked up. Admittedly, not at massive range, but enough range that it's going to start having an impact on all of them. And that's going to also change things. If you think about it, if Courageous and Glorious have radar on them, do they get sunk by a submarine and do they get caught by Scharnhorst and Gneisenau? Because if they have a radar working, then they'll see them coming from quite a while away. And let's be honest, she might not have been the fastest vessel in the world, but Glorious is fast enough to get away from Scharnhorst and Gneisenau if she needs to. If she sees them coming far enough away. The bot should not have crashed. It should have picked those questions up. So it seems to be, the bot seems to be fine. But the entire system did go down off the internet for a few seconds. This is all you're getting. You're not getting more. You're not going to sit here demanding biscuits. Because you're going to get tubby.
Well, he can sit there and demand biscuits, he's just not going to get supplied them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you still get some. I know you.
So, next Navy, of course, is probably... Let's go for the US Navy, and then we'll do Japan and France and Italy and Germany. So, what would you like to stockpile for the US Navy?
Might go for torpedoes that work.
I would love to disagree with you, but actually I would. The older torpedoes which work, I'd love to have a nice big stockpile of them sitting there to just go to the submariners in, when they come back to harbour. Just go, you can just take those from that warehouse. While we're fixing the Mark 14s, take these.
Or just the exploders.
Yes.
It's all we need.
That's a really good answer. Either that or also radar equipment.
The trouble is, and the Americans don't get. The Americans have that later. They don't have that around in 1937. The only Royal Navy who has that around 1937 is the Royal Navy.
Yeah, that's why that anti-sub equipment, because I didn't know they had radar at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably like submarine stuff that makes the torpedoes actually go boom.
Yeah. The first. Yeah, it's the Type 79 radar, which is officially introduced in 1938, was first manufactured in 37, and its first set was installed aboard HMS Sheffield, but it had been tested on HMS Saltburn in October 1936, and that is the first vessel to have a radar fitted. HMS Saltburn is the first vessel in the world to have radar.
Cool.
I do love the way
And now every ship has it.
Yeah, I do love the way the fact that the first ship fitted is a little sort of Hunt class minesweeper of 700 odd tons called Saltburn. Let's be honest. There are so many, radar is such a nice name to have come from that system when it could have been, they could have gone for something salt fiend. Sound on YouTube keeps dropping. I'm not sure why. I don't know why the sound on YouTube would keep dropping. Everything's staying fairly constant for me now. Everything seems fairly happy. Let's check the sound. Yeah. I'll make sure my counterparts are all even, roughly.
You're not familiar with my sound set?
Yeah, I think possibly it was because to make the sound work okay through OBS, I have to set everyone to roughly all the guest speakers to roughly 120%, and you were at 105% for some reason, and I have no idea why. So that could have explained the sound differences going through.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're all agreed pretty much for the U.S. Navy. It's submarine stuff. Okay. For the Japanese Navy, what are you going to stockpile in a warehouse?
Pilots.
Production facilities for the 40mm, the 40 for the Bofors 40mm.
Yeah, or that.
That'd be tempting.
That would be really tempting. Or just common sense in not attacking America.
Yeah, you always have to remember, and this is something which I sort of really started to understand more with going around Japan itself, that the Japanese got into the idea that they were either going to lose their culture, they were running the risk of losing their culture whatever happened, that they were going to get swamped by the Americans, that they were going to become a colony, like so many other countries around the world, like China was and all the other things were. Because of the way they'd been opened up, they were always afraid of it. And they get themselves into this mindset that that's going to happen. And they therefore get themselves in the mindset, well, if we're going to go down anyway, well, we've got a small chance of not going down if we do this, a large chance of going down anyway, so we might as well do that. And that's why it's really weird. The groups in Japan are divided between the ones who don't want to go to war and the ones who don't want to go to war because they think they're going to lose, but they think they're going. There's a small chance they won't lose they won't lose like they already think they're going to, so they're prepared to do it. It's
Yeah.
It's weird. It is weird. It is really weird.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't know what you can stockpile for Japan to actually make the war go better.
Oil?
Oil is a good, but it's a warehouse. What does the one warehouse of oil do? It's not that
It's
much
not going to
oil.
no, it's not enough oil.
No.
As I said, production facilities for a 40mm Bofors would be quite good. The other option.
I don't hear you.
I think the other option. Sorry, I was thinking. The other option would be the ground training aids for pilots. You know those things you can have on the ground, the simulators, which even in that period they have some ground stations and ground simulators for training pilots. If you could have some of those sitting in a warehouse, that could actually speed up their pilot training somewhat and give them slightly more experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing they are missing is decent pilots.
Is enough pilots. It's not the decent pilots. They get
Enough decent.
They need. The trouble is they're looking for taking. We're going to take the top 1% of pilots. You're going no. Here's how it works for a major war. You don't take the top 1%. You take the top 40%. And yeah, that will provide him enough pilots.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on to the.
Oh, No, something else I would stockpile for the Japanese: self-sealing fuel tanks and aircraft armor.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's a good answer.
So
That is
that my pilots can actually come home.
that is a really good one. They actually have the abilities to make at all those things. They just don't transition to them in time.
And they don't build them into the aircraft. So, because if you said in 37, build my aircraft with these in, they're still, I think, developing the type. So you probably could get it done.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. And now it's the Italians.
Torpedo nets
Donuts.
for torpedo nets. So
Torpedo nets, yeah. They have them, they don't employ them. That's the trouble. That's what happens at Taranto and Red. They have them, they just not deploying them because they don't think they're safe.
Otherwise, yeah.
Some would say they've been lulled into a full sense of security, but then you look at the actual efforts the British go to launch that mission, and you go, they've been lulled into a true sense of security that can only be overridden by someone preparing to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, but
At which point Admiral Cunningham goes, "Hello, everyone, I'm here."
In which war were the British not utterly insane?
If anyone please
unless
answers in the chat, or for which war the British were completely sane. Anyone want to put suggestions in the chat for when Britain was actually fully sane? Caroline,
Anglo-Zanzibar War. Anglo-Zanzibar War. But
I don't think we were
that was
sane in that war. It's a 6-minute war, isn't it? Remember correctly?
it's a 30-minute war.
30
30
minute war.
minutes.
And nicest way, which self-respecting person can have a war for 30 minutes and claim they're sane?
True. But that doesn't depend on the saneness of the British. That depends on the saneness of the Sultan of Zanzibar. But yeah,
It's fun. It is fun. I think if I was going to load a warehouse of anything for the Italians,
anti-air stuff.
no, it would be powder bags that are uniform in composition
Oh yeah.
and bag style and shaping. Because the fact that when you realise that the 5 different factories, which I think it's 5 different factories which are producing their powder, none of them have standardised the powder formula, and none of them have standardised the powder bag, the weight and size, thickness of the bag. You start to realise that the problem isn't so much as issues with quality control as issues with standardisation. And the fact they have
Is that possible?
Oh, it gets worse. It's then you realise that on top of that standardisation issue, they then had issues with quality control in those factories.
That sounds a lot like Italy. To be, yeah.
I've had a few people talking to me about this recently and going, yeah, this is the subject of my entire research, and I'm going, yes, but you're now hurting me because I'm hearing this and I want to cry on behalf of all the Italian sailors who had to guard the sea with that as their thing. Well, no, the requirement was the bags had to weigh the same, okay? The requirement was on the total bag weight, right? That was how they were standardising them and how they were achieving quality control. Bag weight. They were all they were all weighed to weigh the same. But no one checked that they were the same bag, for, thickness and material for the bag and all these things. No one checked the composition of the material as long as it weighed the same. Some added sawdust to make up the weight because they believed their powder was more pure, so didn't need to be as much in there to get the same level of boom. And it's just, yeah, it's fun.
We are this close to someone adding pebbles to the powder.
Sawdust, not pebbles. They didn't go quite that. I don't think they went for the pebbles route. I think the pebbles might have been detected, but sawdust, of course, how are you going to tell? Unless you cut it open and start checking.
Yeah.
I have visions if somebody had accidentally added aluminium powder or something.
Aluminium
From the
was expensive. They needed that for planes.
Yeah, aluminium is too expensive. You're not adding aluminium.
Not in World War II.
No.
I was just thinking of more boom.
Only if you're the Americans and you have enough to go around. Okay, so the French. What do the French need to stockpile in a warehouse?
Stuff in Africa.
I go for...
Bones?
Actually, no, I have an idea what they need to stockpile, and it's nothing to do with the Navy. It's mines, though.
Radios?
Radios would be useful. Radios and mines.
Radio-controlled mines.
They wish. But no,
That's very Swedish of you.
yeah.
And now for the Germans.
Destroyers or U-boats.
You can't fit them in a warehouse.
German ones you can. They were so small.
That's their torpedo button.
I mean,
What
S-boats.
No,
Pretty cool.
extra Chanel boats are not really going to help that much. Not a warehouse full. That's going to be like a dozen or so. Realistically, what the Germans needed were some large diesel engines they could build their destroyers around and operate their destroyers from. So if you get some of their large diesel engines and stick them in a warehouse and then go, yeah, we've got some sitting here waiting to use, that would be useful. George Newman. George, no, the French generals did not refuse to use the radios. They really didn't.
Yeah, I think Carrot has a really good point with rare earths and detonators for certain offices.
Rare earths or plastic explosives and detonators for certain officers to use in 1957 to avoid war. Yeah. But yeah, no. The French generals had been asking for radios, George Newman. They had been. The French government refused to fund them. That's part of the problem. They were on the schedule for funding, but they weren't on the schedule for funding, and this is the trouble. The French wrote these things into rules and laws, and they weren't on the schedule for funding for at least another year and a half. It's one of the things of what happens if World War II is delayed by 2 years in starting. The Germans really don't enjoy it. Because the French army by that point will have radios and will have decent new tanks. And a whole lot of extra artillery. Okay.
And the Polish will also have rearmed.
Yeah. But the trouble is the Polish are kind of squished in the middle between the Soviet Union and fascist Germany, so they really don't have much of a chance when they're squished in the middle. They manage to fight off, they can fight off one or the other, I will give them a chance to do. But having both squish you in the middle is not a good experience. You do not want to be the filling in that sandwich.
No, you don't. And that's why Poland is now so aggressive against Russia.
George Newman, don't worry. Sorry, heard different. Don't worry. That is one of the interesting things that goes around post-war. Is a lot of French politicians try and put the blame on various generals to save their skin, and they come up with all sorts of myths that come out. It's kind of like there's a video coming out on Wednesday with me and Gareth talking about Gareth the Brit talking about myths of World War One. And you'll hear there's a whole lot of discussion changes dramatically in 1932 after Lloyd George's book comes out, which puts all the blame on the generals and says all the politicians are great. And you actually have to be careful when you're citing sources, because there's such a big change in narrative of whether a biography is published before 1932 or after 1932. And Lloyd George waits till Haig has been dead for 4 years, because of course Haig dies in 1928, before putting all the blame on him, because Haig isn't there to fight back, and neither are quite a few of the other officers around him, because they're all dead by that point. So Lloyd George can say what he wants, and there's no one to argue back against him. And it's only been in recent years that people have gone, well, actually, the whole lions led by donkeys thing is a bit of a myth, and these generals were doing as well as they could, and they're having arguments with you as well. And Lloyd George does get some things right. Don't get me wrong, I brought him up when I was talking about the 3-inch mortar and various other things. He does get some things right. But it's kind of like Churchill, and I know history will judge me favourably because I intend to write it. Well, Churchill was copying that off Lloyd George in 1932, because that's what Lloyd George had achieved. He reshaped his position in history and his perception of him in history, especially as his time as Minister of Munitions, not as Prime Minister, to make himself look better, as if he knew the answers from the beginning, didn't learn them as he was going, like everyone else did.
Yeah.
It's fun. Ramon, why did the Royal Navy fit the why did the Royal Navy fit the Vanguard with 4.5-inch dual-purpose guns instead of the 5.25-inch guns with lower rate of fire? Do you think the RN still follows on the KGV design in terms of secondary armaments? The reason why I think they went with the 4.5-inch for the Vanguard, and this is going to sound particularly strange, but also its commonality of what was likely to be with it. There was even an idea that the Anson and Howe might get 4.5-inch guns instead of 5.25s, because there was this thing of the carriers had the 4.5, and there was a perception that post-war, already when she's being designed built, post-war, the 5.25 was probably going to die out because the automatic 6-inch was coming in. And did you want to have the auto 6 inches to your secondary? No, it's not ready yet, so go with a 4.5-inch. And so that's what I do. But I think originally Vanguard was actually built with 5.25s. But they did look at 4.5s. I think she did have 5.25s.
I thought she's 5.25s, I'm pretty sure.
She does have 5.25s, but what was I remembering? There was a whole debate about it at the time, and from the question I took it as going, okay. Yeah, but the Royal Navy had the debate as to whether or not... there was a lot of debate going on at that time about whether it's 4.5s or 5.25s to go through. What was I getting confused on? Well, leave it to one side. God, must have got confused a bit. I might have questioned. But, yeah, the Royal Navy were looking at the 4.5 instead of 5.25 at the time, and there was a sort of option of going down to it because of the Royal Navy standardising with the carriers and thinking that the 5.25-inch cruisers weren't going to be long for the Royal Navy service. But they did actually build up with 5.25s. I was remembering there was something weird about her secondary armament, so that's why I was actually... What was I remembering about her secondary armament that was weird?
She got a better gun mounting.
Yeah, she got the funny gun mounting turret, didn't she? She got the improved one.
Yeah, she got the one that actually worked, or rather, where the crew could actually function inside it.
Yeah.
Unlike the previous, unlike the other ships.
I do agree. I think Vanguard was the last ship fitted with 5.25. The Dido, and their follow-ons had all come before, and I don't think anything
Nothing followed.
anything follows with 5.25. No, she is the last one. But I have read things which have covered the whole debate about it, and there was a big debate about it at the time. Oh, sorry about that one.
I'm just trying to think. Would she have been better, worse, or much the or would it not really have made any difference?
What, if she had 4.5 instead?
Mm.
It wouldn't have made much of a difference, but it could have meant that she was, she fits in with the rest of the fleet that much easier. That's one less. The 4.5 inch, she can have a role as a 4.5 inch gunnery training ship, and doing all that. So, and the 4.5 inches capable of being pretty much fully automatic as well. So, pretty much fully automatic.
But you could keep some of them. So keep some of the mounts as a training thing, so that she's then got that role to help keep her in service.
Yeah.
In the reserve, but with a kind of small crew. You convert some to automatic, test that out, and you have others kept and used for that. You can make use of all of the advances you do with gunnery computing for anti-air with the 4.5 without having to then crunch it for a different projectile and things. So you might keep her a little bit longer, and then because when do they bin her? I can't remember. Did she go in 59? When does Vanguard get?
Ooh, when did she go? She gets decommissioned in 1960.
So the problem is I'd love to see her kept a bit longer, and then actually she stands a chance of sticking around much longer, because you then start seeing things like the Americans, what's the word? Reactivating some of their ships and things, and you might find her useful in Malaya, or find an excuse like that. But I'm just trying to think.
I do find some of the myths about her completely twaddle, because there's the great myth that comes up with Vanguard, and I've been reminded of this because I went and checked. Actually, to be honest, I went and checked her dates on Wiki, because I thought I can hunt my notes, or I can just quickly bring up Wiki, and it's easier because I've already got Chrome up on so many panels to go to Wiki than go into the folders. And immediately it starts off design things. The Vanguard was started as a design project because they knew in 1939 the lines would not be completed in time before 1943.
No.
You think about that. So if you're designing a ship in 1939, you're not going to lay it down before 1940, right? With the way the programs go for the Royal Navy. And it takes roughly 3 years to build a battleship. Or a battle cruiser. Or any kind of capital ship. To go from laying down to commissioning, right?
Pretty much.
Thereabouts, yeah.
So if you are designing the new ship in 1930, if your reason for doing it is because you're worried you're not going to get the first two lines till 1943,
you needed to start a while before that.
yes.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense as a.
And also, the lines were laid down 38, so they're going to now suddenly take a 5-year build plan?
Yeah, that is kind of one of those. Congratulations, you have not understood how the Navy procures things, or why, or anything else.
The theory is based in, I think the theory is honestly based in that the Royal Navy was planning on the Royal the theory is based in the idea that the Royal Navy is executing to treaty cumulative limits, without understanding that the Second London Naval Treaty gets rid of the cumulative limits, and the Royal Navy is building up to 24/capital ships. And suddenly you sit there and go, well, if you're building up, you need to suddenly rapidly increase your construction speed. And what's the bottleneck the Royal Navy has in construction of ships at this point? Oh, turret
Guns.
manufacture and guns. Gun barrels. Okay, so let's reuse the 15s.
Also, they work, and we have the logistics for that and everything already in place.
Yeah.
As opposed to a new 16 that, when you look at NavWeps, they are assuming that they're going to use the same projectiles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Had they come to the conclusion that they didn't like? They thought they were kind of a bit light yet, or
yes, they
was
had.
that-
They had a whole new. They were developing a whole new projectiles for the 16-inch guns.
yeah.
Yeah, the Royal Navy definitely needed the 15-inch, the 16-inch, and then also a 16.5-inch in service. That would properly
No.
fuck up the logistics.
Yeah.
Fudge up.
Yeah. 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 We're just going to go with language and just move on from that one, but yes. Yeah. Building Vanguard, it makes perfect sense when you realise that it's... The Royal Navy is... a 10-year rule runs out in 1942. So... They're expecting war 1942 and afterwards. If you're ordering, designing, laying out, you're basically expecting to get probably her coming into service in 43, which means, okay, yes, it's not there for 42, but it's there very soon afterwards. And in terms of, if you're finding yourself fighting a major war, a battleship turning up a year into the war, fully ready to rock and roll, is useful. An extra battlecruiser, a fully armed battlecruiser, really useful.
Oh,
You mean
perfect.
You mean she
And
turns up just about the same time that Hood is supposed to come out of her big refit?
yeah,
So you suddenly have two huge, fast capital ships to go and threaten the Japanese with, that would be able to run away from anything they're building if they're building something huge.
and I know it's often pointed out it's the alliance and turrets and guns that laid alliance. It's not. First of all, they're paused, and then they decide they want to redesign their armour scheme. And when they redesign their armour scheme, they also want to redesign their turrets, and they keep making choices of changing their minds about their guns and what they want exactly for them. But if you go with the 1938 design and you just build it because there's peacetime and that's what you're going to do, believe it or not, they'd have been completed on time. 200 design with 9 16-inch guns, 16-inch 45s from memory.
Because
Mark
the Royal
IIs.
Navy wasn't having problems with late completion
No.
pre-war.
The Royal Navy had problems once they paused construction, and then the bright idea fairy got involved of, oh, we've just learnt this lesson, let's see if we can incorporate in this design. Just learnt this lesson, let's see if we can incorporate. And basically the Lions suffer from the same issue as the Admirals in World War I do.
That feels familiar with the Constitution.
Yeah, it happens a lot. The bright idea fairy comes along.
Small addition to the weight of the ship, so I'm sure it won't have much of an impact, and we can just work that in really easily, can't we?
And then you go, well, hang on, we've got to keep the speed up, so now we've got to rework the engines.
Yeah, but it's only another few tons on top. It won't really affect anything, and you've got a naval constructor there growling at you in the corner whilst a senior member of the Third Sea Lord's staff is kind of holding them back so they don't rip your throat out.
Yeah, that's the other trouble.
Redo all of the calculations again because you can't make a decision.
That's the other trouble. You go from having a really experienced Third Sea Lord to have a really inexperienced Third Sea Lord who's prepared to accept these ideas, whereas Henderson would have gone, lovely, we'll bear that in mind for the next class.
Yes.
That's a wonderful idea. We'll think about it for the next class.
That's going on the flight twos.
We'll look into it for the next pair. We'll look into it for the next pair of ships,
Yes.
but I'm afraid I don't think we can do that for these. Terribly sorry. Ever so sorry about that one, but just no can do on this one. Great idea. We'll add it to the list.
Thank you so much. You're so kind. All right. With you living in Cornwall for a while now, can you answer the most important question? Jam or cream first on the scone? Okay.
I'm
So-
too German for this. I don't know what this is referring to.
Okay, this is one of the major conflicts in Britain. Is when you have a scone, do you put
What's called? I'm a Google
Okay.
it.
So, you put the jam first, then the cream on top.
so
Okay? That is the Cornish way.
I
Jam
do
first, cream on top.
whichever way I do it, I tend to do it in a ratio where it's about 48% scone, 48% cream, 4% jam. And I don't
Okay, I
really
just-
care whether I put the jam on top or in the middle of that, so long as there is a correct proportion.
You have to put the jam on the bottom to act as a binding agent with the cream.
Exactly, Foxo. Jam first. It's jam
I'm-
first every day. Yes.
I'm just insulted you call it all scones. No, English grammar says it's spelled scone.
It depends which
Okay.
part of England you're in. If you're in Cornwall and you call them scones, you're going to be looked at as being a poshed off who doesn't belong down here.
Okay, I just googled scones, and they look delicious.
They do.
They are. I particularly recommend the cheese scone.
Oh.
I'ma Google some recipes and then report back sometime.
This is one of the reasons why people come to Cornwall is to have a cream tea. The trouble is they then usually start hanging around, and actually it's one of the things I like to do with my family because there's a place called Phelps Pasty Company, right? And they will send you a cream tea to any address in the world, full cream tea, scones, the jams, everything else, and pasties to anywhere in the world. You just have to go in and pay for the box, and the box gets delivered to you. So wherever you're in the world, you can get a Phelps pasty and that stuff delivered to you. And Phelps are one of the oldest bakeries in Cornwall, and they do really, really nice stuff, and you can get a really nice selection from them.
That's cool.
But also
And,
scones are very easy to make.
They
Is the
are,
other thing.
but
Yeah, I'm a make it myself kind of guy.
Yeah,
Well-
yeah. I've even I can make them.
the only reason I do suggest the Phelps, and sometimes it is a fun thing to do, and it is, as I said, I use it for my family occasionally as a sort of presents, etc. for them. Is that they get all sorts of fun things added in. So you can get a luxury Christmas one, which comes with a special Cornish. Which alcohol did it go with again? Cornish blackberry mead wine, as well as pasty, as well as various other things. They do all sorts of hampers, etc., which are quite sort of nice little things. And there's also there's one which comes with traditional with some chocolate brownies, as well as traditional Roskillies, which is part of my family's connected families grouping. I'm still looking at luxury Christmas one and going, do I need to send that to anyone? Because it comes with mini Christmas cakes, short crust mince pies, cream, 4 pasties, and some. It comes with a full set. It's the Phillips are worth a look if you were ever considering sending one as a present to someone and you want it to arrive in a fancy box and look really nice. And Stafford, we do have to admit the easiest way to get the shipshape crew to turn up to your location is to have a nice bakery. This was something we hadn't realised before we went to Japan, but after Japan we were all in total agreement. Bakeries for the win.
Oh, I agree absolutely. Any German outside of Germany is always on the lookout for good bread.
Oh yes, and I know they found good bread because I did bump into many Germans in various Japanese bakeries going, "This is really good," and I'm sort of going, "Okay, they're happy with the bread. I will have whatever that pastry is there. I don't know what it is. I cannot pronounce its name, but it looks tasty."
But then again, that would also be the case in Germany.
Yes.
It looks good, but what's it called? Looks at the word with 27,000 letters. That one.
Let's be honest. The Germans heard the longest word in the Welsh in Wales, and thought that's a good start.
Oh, that's a really short name. I was really surprised about that. That's a long name for something.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, we don't do compound words like that. Is the best way I can think of it. We tend to break them up.
Well, we do compound words though. We do take it to 2 words.
Yeah.
Bedroom.
Thomas, do not ship to Australia. The Squadron Service will actually like to see. I actually have sent Phillips to Australia, and I can confirm it got through. It got through. It didn't have any alcohol in it. I haven't tried shipping the alcoholic ones internationally, but I will say from the friends who like mead, the blackberry mead wine has gone down a treat with many of them. Cornish, there are a lot of very interesting drinks coming out of Cornwall currently. Rune von Bismarck and hello Foxo. Do you see anything that could have been done differently between 1945 and 55, which could have lessened US-Soviet confrontations? Maybe if China doesn't go communist? No, because if China doesn't go communist, that means the nationalists survive, in which case all the Soviet-Chinese borders, Sino-Chinese border disputes, which involve entire artillery divisions shelling each other across the border, become potential flashpoints for the Cold War. So no, that probably doesn't help.
The Korean War's more likely to go hot.
I would say the only way you can sort of, to an extent, lessen it, and this is going to sound terrible because I'm going to be deleting someone who's one of the most straightest shooters of political history. Basically, I have to get rid of Truman. Because Truman is such a Boy Scout and so inflexible that he really cannot do diplomacy with the Soviet Union, and he gets taken advantage of every single time. Truman is, it's going to sound weird saying this about a politician, he's too honest and respectful for his own good. He's too eager to divide the world up on lines he thinks he can dictate. And he doesn't see the many, many tripwires Stalin managed to stick in front of him, and that the USA spends the next 50 years correcting versus the Soviet Union, because Stalin managed to trip him up so many times. Because the trouble is, Truman is the kind of guy who's smart, and thinks because he's smart, he's clever and worldly. When actually he's rather naive.
Well, wasn't his background in almost entirely domestic politics?
Yes.
So it was more that he was used to dealing with American politics, not. And I suspect that some of the kind of the Soviets may, particularly Stalin, may well have just been a different paradigm, and you just couldn't quite get the. Yeah.
The Stalin especially is is a wild animal at that point. Smart is not cunning. Melanie. Yeah, that's correct. Smart is not cunning. Mutual microculture. Carry on, Dan.
Well, I was just going to say, and you've also got Mao. At that point, so you've got
Mao at this point is a domestic policy focused obsessive. He really isn't doing much on the foreign policy.
It probably doesn't help that the people in the West who could call Truman out for this sort of thing would be his allies, who have a mixture of de Gaulle and Clement Attlee in charge.
Yeah.
And Clement Attlee, he wasn't a bad prime minister, but from what I've read of him, he does seem to fall into the same trap.
Yeah, he's not a good foreign policy prime minister.
Yeah, who turns everything into British foreign internal politics.
Yes.
Which the world isn't British. And doesn't have a reason to play by British rules.
Yeah.
At this point.
Fun police. Truman's pretty close to just a regular guy, yeah. This is going to sound terrible, but for history, for the purpose of history and the reality of stability, it often helps if the person at the top is a bit of a a-hole. It really does help. It's one of those sad things of history that people are that the world tends to be more peaceful when the person at the top is slightly less predictable and is slightly more malicious. Because not overly malicious, it's very easy to go too far, but you want to have someone who's how do I put this? One of the reasons why you want someone who is, to an extent, people know that they could be understanding, but they could also be very non-understanding if you decide to cross their lines. And then also, if they're not the person who's going to draw a line in the sand, they're just going to say, you don't do this. And if you do it, they're going to take it as a personal insult, and they're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. And they're not going to take it as, well, you were justifiable. There is some wiggle room. You sort of need someone like that at the top. Not the person who, frankly, you would not like as your personal boss. You would not like as your friend, because they are never going to give you. They're never going to give you that second chance. You're never going to be able to explain your situation to them. Actually works well as the world leader, because when they say don't do this, if you do it, then they're not going to go, but. You're going to go, but I had a really good reason. They don't care. They whack you on the head, whoever you are.
It's the old thing of, what if you're anointing a lion, you expect to get eaten, but everyone's surprised when someone gets eaten by a cow, despite the fact they will both eat you.
Yeah. Ruthless might be the term. No, ruthless is... People can deal with ruthless. It's when it's, to an extent, unpredictably ruthless. To be honest, that adds a little bit more fear, because they're ruthless, but they could react by being mellow sometimes, or completely going over the top. And I'm honestly watching what's currently going on in Ukraine and Russia and all these things at the moment, because Trump floated a plan which was pretty... Okay, no one was actually really happy with it. No one, on no side, any side was happy with it. But the thing is, the Ukrainians were smart enough to say, okay, well, we can deal with it as long as it brings peace. And then it's been turned down. And the thing is, Trump put his own name to it. And the first thing I'd have done if I'd been Putin would have gone, if this is Trump's personal plan for peace, Trump's going to attach himself to it. And he's saying no outright to it in any way, shape, or form could be taken as a personal insult by Trump. And let's be honest, that man has an ego and an itchy trigger finger. I think we can all agree that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would personally have not have run that risk. At the moment, it's been okay, but who knows what's going to happen. Trim was not a good guy. We're talking foreign policy, Walter Brodus. We're talking foreign policy. This is what I don't want to get into domestic and other things he did, but in terms of foreign policy, yeah. Yeah, basically, Churchill, Stalin, Roosevelt, they're all a-holes when it comes to foreign policy. They literally are. And they will go for it at each other. And that's how it works during the years of the war. The alliance actually works when you've got all three people wantingly and often trying to one up the other and trying to get the other involved in one-upping them. You know, Churchill has schemes with Roosevelt to outsmart Stalin, schemes with Stalin to outsmart Roosevelt. He knows about schemes between Stalin and Roosevelt to try and outsmart him, and they're all sitting down to dinner and having bon homie. That's what you have in the three main allies in World War II.
They in no way hold that sort of thing against each other. They know that's how you do business.
Churchill knows Churchill knows FDR is actually openly planning to dismantle the British Empire with Stalin, and they're openly talking about it. Churchill knows. He has information coming from both sides of the conversation. That's it. That's fine. That's what you want. They are, and that works. To be honest, the thing is, it's when they find they're dealing with someone who isn't doing that level of planning, that's when they're looking and going, what are you?
Well, yeah.
Looking at you, de Gaulle.
Oh, de Gaulle was just nuts.
Mm.
De Gaulle was too busy trying to outsmart de Gaulle, usually. And that's the trouble. De Gaulle is in a constant ego competition with himself.
De Gaulle's taking his own tail.
Oh, yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, this is one for... I would like to hear Dragon first on this and the rest has come in. What if in 1935 all British cruisers become copies of HMS Defence from World of Warships?
Oh, no. She's one of my favourite ships as well.
She is. She's a lovely tier 10 cruiser.
That looks big.
Yeah.
It is.
She's armed with... Is that 6...
6 14-inch.
6 14-inch guns. Yes, I was thinking so. 6 14-inch guns.
Same on the KGVs.
And the secondaries are the 133mm, so that's the 5.25s.
Yeah.
How is that a cruiser?
It's a super cruiser.
It's a super cruiser.
Ah.
So all Royal Navy cruisers, that's C-Class, D-Class, E-Class, Leanders, Amphions... Arrowfusers, towns, counties, Crown Colony. It's in 1935. So counties and even some towns become defence. Okay,
She's
well,
also got these sextuple Bofors.
Nice way. Treaties are interesting. The Battle of the River Plate is going to be incredibly one-sided. Incredibly one-sided.
The Panzer Chief are crying in a corner. Probably in a little corner in the Baltic. They are there crying their little eyes out, going, "But we were supposed to be the ones with the big guns on a cruiser hull. This is not fair."
The Ranger Marina are probably going, what the frigate? And then, of course, if the Germans... In the nicest way, the thing is, these ships are sufficiently powerful enough that even Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, if they got picked on by a pack of them, are in trouble.
Yes, they have bigger guns than them.
And
Yeah,
also,
these ships are quite good as well.
even the Battle of Denmark Straits, you now have the counties are replaced by Ds.
Would it be a bad time to mention these go 33 knots as well?
I was searching for the speed.
33 knots. They also have 8 bow torpedo tubes.
What the?
2
Well-
quad launchers per side,
Look,
submerged.
look, sometimes you just need to. I don't know what and why you would need that, but okay. Just sometimes you need to do something with. Yeah, that's just. The main thing I think you're going to have trouble then is justifying the continued existence of the R class.
I just have visions. I don't think they actually have that torpedo launcher mounted. What they've actually done is ran from behind a T-class submarine, and are just going along with that as a kind of
Yeah,
what
As
do
a
you
hat.
call the thing? As like a bulbous bow.
Potentially.
They just have a T-class hull, the forward part of a T-class, sitting there. I think that makes complete sense.
yes. And yeah, that the R class is gone at that point.
Yeah,
It's basically it fills most of the roles of like a battle cruiser.
yeah. Let's put it this way: in the nicest way, there are some battles in the Java Sea which are going to get historically very, very intriguing. In fact, if I was the Japanese, I wouldn't be engaging in them. At this point, that means the Royal Navy will have roughly 60 to between 60 and 70 of these vessels.
Yes. I'm also just thinking, because the Japanese sent a pair of Congos into the South China Sea to cover the forces that was what Force Z would have come up against at worst, along with a whole load of their 8-inch cruisers. I don't think they're going to be sending those.
No.
I'm not sure they'd even send the Nagato. Would they send the Nagato and Mutsu?
Well, the other thing you've got to consider is if these are your new cruisers and you've managed to get them replacing cruisers, your crew requirements have gone massively up, but also, in the nicest way, whilst you might still be doing some cruiser construction in the run-up to World War II, you've got brand new Ds in 1935. You're probably moving most of those resources to concentrate on other things like aircraft carriers and destroyers and some capital ships, which are going to need to be definitely 28 knots. The AFIT is extensive.
The question is, would you need smaller cruisers in addition?
You'd
Probably.
probably want them, yes, but that means you'd probably be building things like the Arafusers.
Yeah, I refuse or the
I don't.
I would have said
Uh,
more Leanders, honestly.
No, they didn't
Yeah.
like they didn't like the
I thought they didn't. I thought they just liked
Leanders.
the Arafusers more.
No, they liked the Arafusers. That's why they serve as the basis for the Didos. They had to
Maybe
pick
you
between
build-
the Dido and they had to pick between the Arafuser and Leanders, and they went for the Arafusers to be the basis for the Dido.
maybe you build a few more travel class in a bit bigger.
It's going to be
Like-
in a nicer way. You've broken the naval treaty. There's no chance Britain's going to join the naval treaty. America is probably looking at it going, okay.
Wanna have?
Um,
Yeah, America wants that.
if you consider where the Royal Navy is going to need cruisers to operate from, places like Malta, etc., Arafuser class are the better option. So they don't need this. If they've got 70 of these to fill the cruiser role, then they don't need to basically worry about They only need to worry about the small cruiser role because these are enough mass to fill the large cruiser role and a juggly chunk of the capital ship role. What you might see is them actually getting rid of some R-class battleships and things like that.
I think you'd have to get rid of the R-class just for the cruise.
Probably.
I mean, they'd be the logical ones to go if you suddenly got capital ship guns on 60 cruisers. Do you really need 5?
You might actually see a Vanguard-like program take place earlier. Because the quickest way to get some capital ships which match in with these is going to be to take the turrets off the Queen Elizabeth and the R's, instead of doing the modernizations of the Queen Elizabeth and the R's, and build some Vanguard starships. And there's going to be an interesting and long conversation about the King George V's.
It's more, I'm imagining the conversation with somebody trying to take the guns off Warspite without promising to call the ship they're going to Warspite.
Well, I think you possibly end up... This is going to be... Because the treaty system would break down, I think you probably end up with the King George V class being either a 9 to 12 16-inch gunship or a 12 to 16 gun for a 14-inch gunship design. They might go for the 14-inch gun just because that means they've got commonality for logistics.
Would you want the 16-inch for the prestige?
Probably, I would. Or maybe go to 6.5-inch if the treaty system was really broken down.
Yeah.
But that's me talking, not the people at the time. At this point, Henderson might go, well, if I go to 14-inch, then logistically that makes sense.
Mm.
You got the unarmored 14-inch and the armored 14-inch.
Well, no, the defense class are armored.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they are heavily armored.
I mean, the alternate question would be what happens if they all get turned into Minotaur class from World of Warships?
Yeah,
machine gun
honestly,
6.
it's even more terrifying.
Yes.
Give me a sec. I can probably get you HMS Defense's armor belt. Because I know she's got a decent one. Unless, of course, it was stored on imagery.
The training crisis for the miners would be funny.
Yes.
Trying to teach all those people how to use all those autoloaders.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 1935 though, so you have time.
Plus all the
You can
radar.
train people.
They will love the AA gun. The 3-inch AA gun, I think the Royal Navy will be really happy about.
Oh, that's just not fair on anyone trying to dive bomb them.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, the Norway campaign? And the first time some Ju-87s turn up and they're like, "Ooh, we're going to bomb these Royal Navy ships," and ha 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 ha, they won't know what hit them.
And 3-inch autos go, "Hello, we see you. We no longer wish to see you. Bye-bye."
Okay, so HMS Defense,
Meteorlord Xavier.
HMS Defense has a 229mm main belt. Along with...
So, roughly a 9-inch main belt.
And a 4-inch Citadel deck. Beyond that, it's then also got a 40mm weather deck.
So not enough to stand up against, not enough to really stand up against the capital ship, but enough to cause, a lot of trouble to everything else.
So that's basically the idea of a battlecruiser. Like the first battlecruiser idea.
A little bit, but... Yeah, the defences would be horrified. Honestly, the fact they've converted all the Royal Navy cruisers is bad enough. But even just converting 6 to 8 of them is enough that's a game changer.
Well, if you converted all the 8-inch gun cruisers to defence and all the 6-inch and below gun cruisers to Minotaurs, Let's be honest. That probably shortens World War II by a significant length of time.
Yeah.
Also creates more
And,
significant emotional events of various nations involved.
Yeah, and then you also replace all the aircraft carriers with insert tier 10 UK aircraft carrier here.
Malta. Could you catapult launch a Gloucester Meteor?
Yes, the Gloucester Sea Meteor.
Yes.
The Sea Meteor was a thing.
It was. Castaner, what is the highest pressure steam boiler to be used on a ship? That is debated.
If so, the highest pressure steam boiler to be used on a ship that consistently works, or that the Kriegsmarine tried putting on ships, because those two things are very different.
What's the pressure of US nuclear ships nowadays?
I've no
I don't
idea
know.
what but I
look.
know that post-war the US went to some very, very, very high pressures, but it was the Germans who had things like Prince Eugen and some of their little destroyers, the torpedo boats, that didn't really ever work.
The highest pressure used on a ship was somewhere in the region of 2,000 psi used on an experimental ship. On warships, it was up to 1,200 psi for most of them, maximum. For the ones
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the Germans do claim that Bismarck operated at 840 psi, but I'm not 100% sure about how long that was sustainable with their plant, because their plant was... The trouble with German plants, and please don't get me wrong, is they can achieve it, but they all have a personality. And steam is scary enough, but if my plant, machinery also has a personality, as well as being steam, I'm downright terrified, and I don't want to run at a maximum. Look, the honest thing is, high pressure steam is, in most of these ships, strong enough that if a pipe bursts and you get hit by a jet, you are broiled alive in your own skin and dead within seconds.
Do not mess with steam pressure.
Yeah.
Which is why whenever in movies they show, steam's coming out of pipes and the brave hero is making it through to get the people, that doesn't happen. In real life, that person was turned into a, how to put it, their own personal quick bake oven. The moment they hit that steam jet.
Also, steam jets are invisible in the movies. It's always like that mist coming out. That's not steam.
And yeah, there are pressurized water reactors do operate at even greater than the steam ones. But we were talking about steam plants, so I was keeping to that, not nuclear powered steam plants.
From memory, there was a thing where if you thought you might have a leak of a steam pipe, you would waggle a wooden broom ahead of you, and when the broom got cut in half, you'd found the leak.
Yeah.
That wasn't steam, that was hydrogen. And that was at NASA in the 70s.
Yes.
When they were doing rocket fuel. Because hydrogen burns, but if it's pure hydrogen, doesn't produce a visible flame. And so they had pockets of burning, after the leak, they had pockets of burning hydrogen around. And you'd walk around with a broom in front of you, and if the broom caught fire and started to melt, then there was hydrogen there.
That's reassuring.
Literally rocket science.
Now, actually, you are both right, but there's a reason you're both right, okay? So, with hydrogen, it will ignite the broom. And so you do it to that test. But they actually took that test from the same test to use for steam, because with steam, it will cut the bristles.
Okay.
So that's why they tried it with hydrogen of using the broom, because it was literally was I think the story goes it was a guy who'd served in the Navy and had known to detect steam. He'd used the broom, so he thought he'd do the same for the hydrogen, just in case it worked, and it set it on fire, and that's how they developed the counter technique. But the steam method is literally it won't cut the broom, it will cut all the bristles off. Okay.
Okay.
So you're both right.
This is in the same way that the first way of scramming a nuclear reactor was literally an axe to cut the rope, isn't it? To drop the control rods in.
I don't know, but it sounds plausible.
Yes, but that's the incredibly early design reactors, the ones which frankly were tended to be built by hand in laboratories, from memory.
Yeah, I mean this is kind of
this is still enough radiation that killed Marie Curie, but not enough power that we tend to worry about it going critical.
Yeah.
Melanie, I recall hearing steam would slice through the broomstick clean through. This, according to the Royal Navy's advice, was always use a good quality broomstick, because then it would only slice through the bristles. But they do say good quality, so I'm presuming that you are more than likely correct. There are some brooms which you literally just go straight through. Cheer guy. In the 1920s and 30s, would more navies have used turbo-electric drive if the treaty limits for capital ships were 10,000 tons higher or non-existent? If they're non-existent, then I think they're more likely to use it. If it's just 10,000 tons higher, they're probably going to go for extra armor and guns first. But if you don't have cumulative limits, especially then I think it's more likely. Because there is an advantage, as the British and the Americans are both working to when it comes to electric, of what you can do is you can set it up so that any of your turbines can power your ship and all of your ships. So you can set up so that all your shafts are electric drive, all your turbines turn electric generators. So you can have any one of them running, and you can power all four propellers, or you can do it so you've got a lot of redundancy built into your system. It's just it adds a lot of weight.
Yeah, I still think the turbo-electric drive is a really good idea for stuff like the carriers and these amphibious landing ships, because you can do disaster relief with them really easily.
Well, that is what most ships actually these days do have. They do have electric drives. It's how the electricity is generated is usually the differential. Most more ships are electric.
So what about the cursed idea of hydraulic drive?
It had a small moment in time where it was theoretically a very interesting idea, but it got changed. It lost itself to electric drive very quickly.
Go on.
It's
I think it would be interesting.
Oh, it is, but it just
flammable.
It's interesting, but the bigger problem that most navies had with it wasn't the issues of what could happen to it. The issues they had with it were that it has interesting effects on hydraulic drives depending on the temperature.
Ah,
And that becomes a problem for navies. Seneca, you get to make the R class to the QE Iowa class. What do you make? Seneca, can you explain the question? And then I will let everyone else answer first, whilst I quickly grab a bottle of Iron Brew. But I will be hearing everything through the speakers. But Seneca, can you explain what you mean by QE Iowa class?
Yeah, the relationship the QE class has to the R class, like the R class being the cheaper version with theoretically the same capabilities as the Queen Elizabeth class. What would the equivalent of that for an Iowa be if they decided to cheap out later instead of going like Montana class? But I think I know the answer, and that's the class that came before the Iowas.
South Dakotas. Yeah, that's what. Well, possibly the North Carolinas actually, because I think they found the South Dakotas were just too squished.
Yeah.
And with the North Carolinas and the Iowas, they accepted some compromises to the protection. And the issue with the South Dakotas was that they hit all the protection things within a very strict limitations, but it actually meant that they were less good ships.
Okay, they rattled themselves loose.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question is, what's a R class equivalent to the Iowas? Well, then it's going to have better protection, slower, less speed. So drop it down to 28 knots. Give better subdivision protection, and the same guns.
Yep.
Probably get rid of the elongated bow and etc. things which cause it fun in very high seas. Because let's be honest, that's sort of what the R's are to the Queen Elizabeth. They are the we're the standard battle line battleships, and by the time we were talking about, they are talking about 28 knot ships being the standard battle line. And yeah.
That seems reasonable.
Stafford, if you're channeling Tommy Shelby while playing World of Warships, I'm worried for the people playing against you. Okay? Shelby's lovely. Not someone I'd like to have an argument with or beat in a game.
I don't actually only know a few about Shelby cars, but I'm too much of a noob in the car world to actually know about what it is.
No, Tommy Shelby is a character from a particular TV program, Peaky Blinders. And
that dude, yeah.
He is, he actually reminds me of some of my relatives from that era, but we'll leave that to one side.
Yeah, you got the most interesting relatives.
My relatives were fun. Last in the way that there are probably countries which still have them on, even though they've been dead, probably still have them on watch lists just in case they come back. Bowman Boy, why wasn't HMS Unicorn an RFA ship due to it being an auxiliary? What defines whether a support ship becomes under the RFA and had an equipment to it being built today? Would it be an RFA ship equivalent to it? Okay, so basically in that period you got to be an RFA if your role was essentially civilian, and you got to be naval if your role was essentially naval. These days, with the current recruitment crisis going on in the RFA, because the government's trying to pay them wages which, let's be honest, they earn more going on to merchant ships than they do in RFAs, and they have to pass higher and more stringent tests onto RFAs and all sorts of things. Yeah, I'm not surprised that's an issue. They'd probably end up being Navy as well. Dr. C needs to make a video about his relatives. Yeah, making a video about my relatives is a good way for me to, for lots of countries to realise I'm connected to those relatives. At the moment, we're pretending they don't know, and I'm pretending they don't know.
So the thing which we've got with HMS Unicorn that we don't have today is it was still the era when you had submarine depot ships and destroyer depot ships. So it was...
Yeah.
She was being touted as an aircraft depot ship or an aviation depot ship. So those were warships that were functioned almost more like a kind of mothership to the smaller...
It's a mobile base system, and that is why she's part of the mobile naval aviation air base system. And the British have some brilliant exercises which test mobile aviation. There is a really cool one where some Royal Marines and Gurkhas storm an island in the Indian Ocean, and they have fun with that.
Yeah. Back to your relatives, I can reasonably assume that whenever Clarke does anything interesting in history, it's probably your family?
You have to be careful. They're not always called Clarke. There's quite a few called Jacobs, Gosling, Browning, Newcomb, a few others around there.
Oh.
The fact that I've inherited 3 family axes, technically. Or I will inherit 3 family axes, depending on your point of view, passed down the family. Yeah, we other families pass down
and
swords.
You decided
Our
to
family
become a historian.
Mostly to try and find out what my family got up to.
My family got up to a lot of farming and not much else.
Your family doesn't pass down battle axes with interesting names?
No, the first weapon in my family is my Hema sword. And I named her Eleonora.
Well, technically, my surname includes a reference to to our axe, because the axe on the Clarke side is called Hewitt, and my surname is technically Govan Hewitt Clarke. Technically, it's a triple-barreled surname.
On one of my sides of the family, my family aspired to peasantry.
Look, all I'm going to say is, my family, it's been restored after being left outside for about 2 centuries, has the billhook my ancestor went off to war in Germany with in the 17th century.
Very good.
Yep.
Okay, the blade is like 60% pure rust.
Mm-hmm.
But it still exists.
Are you sure it's not dried German blood?
No. As in...
Yeah.
The guy we took it to, the blacksmith, went, I can repair the shaft for you, but I try and do anything to that blade, aside from clean it up. It's rusted through in places. It's just gonna snap.
A cousin of mine once found a sword in a barn, but I never got to see the sword, not even a picture. They gave it away somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
Still salty.
I would like to point out, though, the family axe last tasted blood in about World War One.
That doesn't surprise me.
Some of the relatives took the family axes with them to the front. One of them took them to Russia with him. We'll leave that to one side.
You always need an axe, despite they're the best weapons in history.
Yeah.
Like a sword can't cut down a tree. An axe can.
Yeah.
Not that attitude.
Stafford, given the exercise that took place, was it pure hubris that allowed the attack on Pearl Harbor to take place? Well, as I was covering in the video, basically everyone and their dog knew about the weakness of the US Navy's Pearl Harbor base, especially on a Sunday morning, and how they weren't, behaving like you necessarily should be if you're in a sort of equivalent of a forward base. So realistically, yes, it is hubris, but it's also more a fundamental belief they wouldn't get attacked, so why do you need to do it? It's kind of like the modern short war and wars of choice, doctrines. They're lovely to people who absolutely believe them, because it means they don't need to do things, and they can save the money. But you always have to remember, they're not betting their own lives, they're betting someone else's. And then they'll blame it on someone else if it goes wrong as well.
Yeah, that tends to be why what I say when I'm looking something up, it's at work. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's this, but am I betting somebody's life on that? Or do I just do a quick Google just to be sure?
Yeah, it's the old. What's the difference between a bureaucrat and a jackal? A jackal cares for its young.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And Wayne's World of Science and Tech. My query the other day about warships theft was specifically a warship stealing things for own use, like the scrap iron flotilla. Oh, they're often stealing stuff for their use. And I swear, it's not called stealing; it's called acquiring. They acquire systems. They borrow them. They purloin them. They do not steal them.
They strategically transfer the equipment to an alternate location.
Yes.
They procure. Do not ask to see the receipts.
Someone said to a chief, "We have a problem." And a solution was found. Or worse,
The evil mafia.
yeah, or worse, the more difficult, the more evil thing to do is to say it to a supply officer. Supply officers, if they are good at their jobs, are masters of the paperwork and having the forms for everything, and they will be able to dodge around everything legally. A chief will do something more quickly. A supply officer, when they've done it, you will never be able to get someone. Will never be able to take it off of you because they will have the correct forms in quadruplet, and no one's quite sure how they've got them.
So it sort of reminds me of the Cypher in the Character's Kane books, where Jurgen finds a chaos cult by vetting supply officers who were by going, your books are too clean.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is in inventory. There's something suspicious going on here.
Yes, that is automatically a red flag.
If everything is in order, something's fishy.
Yep.
Yes.
All your supply officers is pretty autistic.
No.
Oh, no. Nice way. Those sorts of people don't survive long in supply.
No, they work in the warehousing areas, but the fun thing for the supply people is it's the randomness with which stuff will get lost or break or whatever, because although you might have a thing which says, your mean time to failure of part of component X, Y, or Z, that's lovely. That's a mean time to failure. And you have how many of these things? So one of them's going to fail out unexpectedly. You can actually predict that one of them will fail unexpectedly. You just can't predict which of them will. And so and a soldier will lose something. Something else will break because There is mean time to failure, and there is mean time to infantryman.
Let's put it this way:
Which is-
most good, most good supply officers are kind of like Nog from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, when he's talking about the Great Material Continuum. That is what a good a good supply officer will do. The stuff will be supplied from the Great Material Continuum. You won't know how, you won't know where, won't know what, but it will be supplied. Usually when you need it.
And every good supply officer knows that sometimes you just have to stay quiet and accept the large bottle of alcohol you've been given, and don't ask questions.
Well, to be fair, that whole episode's literally all about him doing trades with various different people to get different people the things they want.
To get what he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's literally what most supply officers do all day, every day.
Yeah.
Like, it was a reason why the biggest nightmare of the Cats of the Soviet Union was disgruntled supply officers who hadn't gotten paid, and decided that everything in inventory was their pay.
Oh yeah, you don't not pay the supply officers. They will get money.
And actually, it's worse. Is when they have to say when they supply officers. There's two things: one, you don't pay them, and two, you don't not supply them. Because if you don't if you don't supply them, and they've got to supply their troops and look after their troops, they will find ways. They will find all sorts of interesting ways. And you don't want to ask the question. It's like there was the scene in the movie about the pink submarine. I forget what it's called. The movie, off the top of my head, and the guy literally runs a casino to pay for to get money to get the lead paint they need for painting the submarine. Yeah. That's tame compared to some of the stories I've heard over the years for supply officers and what they've done to get things. Basically, the scary combination is when you have a supply officer, whose usually rank is about senior lieutenant commander for some ships, and a couple of chiefs get together to solve a problem. Operation Petticoat is a big sub. Thank you. Yeah, there is a great movie. Basically, the chief and the supply officer get together and work things out.
Things that should never happen.
When they in nicest way, it's when when the captain's in a real tough situation, when the captain allows those two to get together. The final person you do not want to join that axis is the medical officer, because they literally then have someone who can remove the captain from command if they on all sorts of interesting grounds for 24 hours, which means they can end up with de facto control of the ship.
Also, the medics potentially have, especially in the US side, the medic is the only one with access to alcohol.
Yeah.
For trade. So that is scary. As an added, what's the right word? Weapon in your arsenal.
Yep.
The chief cook, if that dude joins.
Well, they'll be one of the supply court team's chiefs.
Usually usually the food section is part of the supplies. Logistics supply. They're part of that part of that crew. They'll be basically the first chief petty officer that the supply officer will turn around to. Will be the the person who runs the galley, the chief of the galley.
Because
They're
it'll
the
also
cook,
be a
you get
question.
the crew.
Yes, because if you have the cook on the nicest way, if you need manpower or you need people to help you with anything, if you ask for a favour, that's one thing. You might have to return that favour. if the galley chief asks for a favour, everyone does it because they know what the going rate is going to be. They're going to get extra dessert. They'll do it.
Yeah. Or they know if they don't do it, they don't get fed. Because there's no reason the cook needs the help.
Well, no, it's not they won't get fed. It's that they will find that the food that does get fed is going to be the food they really hate. That's usually what cooks do, even worse, because they have to feed the crew. It's just they get to choose what the menu is.
What I'm telling you is that favours from other people are positive diplomacy. Favours from the cooks are deterrence diplomacy.
Yes. You can do this for me, in which case you will get extra dessert of what I'm already making. You don't do this for me, and you know how you really, really don't like turkey burgers? Guess what's going to be the meal every day of the next week? It is that easy. Michael Cooch, some time ago, Alex mentioned that he might do a villain support series about historical navies versus the Royal Navy. Any update on this? I have got some scripting going on. Are you now dancing?
Which one's villain support?
Oh, it's fun. Villain support is fun.
It's great. So great.
Yeah, I you know, it's basically I am considering doing it. I have been writing some little shorts for it, and how do I put this? I think if they come out, it will come out next year more likely. It will come out, or maybe over the Christmas period. Maybe I'll do it. I've got about a 12-part series worked out, so it might come out in 12 days of Christmas. It might do 12 days of Christmas.
Hi, Karen.
29-hour day.
I'm just going to step away for a minute.
I know. At some point, Karen, I will put in for maybe a request to sleep at some point. 2 years' time, I think, on a Tuesday.
Well, I'm on a 32-hour day at the moment.
Oh, that's such a nice short day for you.
We still need a video on shore protection from Karen. Or Q&A shore protection.
Oh, we've talked about it. We have talked about it. I talked about it for the two historians, and she's basically gone, she'd love to, but at the moment we are... Everything that's supposed to be happening and supposed to be going sensibly is not. I haven't even managed to get BT to call me back. This is the telephone people to call me back to sort out the frigating internet and get us onto business internet. I want to actually pay them money. It would actually work out as cost neutral, but they get more money in some regards, but less money in others. I want to pay them money and sign a contract for a 3-year contract for this. And they're not getting back to me. This is how inefficient British Telecom is. When you want to pay them money, they don't even get back to you. I want to give them money. I want to have business internet for the house instead of home internet. I still qualify for it. Me and my sister both work from home. We don't use the BT television because all it has is sports, and it has none of the sports which any of us are interested in. So we don't want to pay for the BT television. We've got Freeview. We're fine.
What are you interested in?
Well, BT do this home internet. Their home internet package comes with BT TV, which is a load of sports channels. But BT business and home business comes with twice the upload speed. That's what I would prefer. Unfortunately, Free and EE do not work in our area. We are in a beautiful position whereby there are masts which theoretically should reach us, but do not.
No.
Dan, you're on here and in the chat shouting blame BT. But yes, there should be villain support coming at some point, and books should be coming at some point when I get a chance to actually. I'm not spending hours on the phone trying to get hold of BT to get it sorted out. Ramol, in terms of imaginary proposed Tiger-class cruiser conversion into the true cruiser, general-purpose cruiser, do you think they would try to install Terrier or even Talos missile on them with their respective fire controls? Let's see. Well, the thing is, and the point I would make is they get their massive rebuild with their conversions in 64. They get converted into those, and the Sea Dart missile system is designed in 63. So realistically, my view is they could have been early adopters of a version of the Sea Dart. In fact, they could have been early testbeds of a Sea Dart. That's more likely than them getting the American missile system. Okay, does that make sense to everyone?
Pretty much. Oh, it's hot. Ow. Sorry.
What did you do?
The chicken from the air fryer had oil on it. Oh.
That'll be hot.
Yep. Add a burnt hand to the pile of things wrong with me, dragon.
We're just starting to tick things off that list.
Hey, it's not my fault I got triple attacked. On
It's not,
Wednesday.
but still.
But this is you wondering, I got corona, the flu, and a chest infection at the same time. On the same day.
Well, in good news, they're going to be fighting each other over the body, so that doesn't mean you're unlikely, and they're all unlikely to kill you.
Unfortunately, they formed an allied power situation, and I decided my body was Nazi Germany.
No,
Are you sure
they're never going to get on that one.
Are you sure the cold symptoms weren't due to one of the COVID or flu?
No, because they found a mixture of the blood test and the swab test at A&E found that all three were present.
Oh, they did. Oh, they're doing that bigger PCR, are they? We cut back, so we only test for COVID, flu A, flu B, and RSV.
I think this is more because how broken she is.
It was more because I'm an asthmatic who was having chest pains and couldn't breathe. Then they realised it wasn't my asthma.
Oh, for happy days. Oh.
It also didn't help that they failed 7 times to get blood.
Why are people so obsessed with this breathing business?
Foxo,
I don't
are we
understand.
sure we aren't related in some respects? Because you got asthma, and you also got very, very small veins. And that basically sounds like 90% of the women in my family. Are we sure we aren't related?
It's not so much I've got small veins, it's that I got hit by the dreaded night shift.
Oh, yeah.
And they did the blood test in a corridor by the paramedic entrance.
Why didn't they get a paramedic to draw your blood then? They're usually quite good at finding veins and things.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Very
it's a general hospital. It's not very good.
It's like, I was once in a hospital and I was watching someone, and I remembered what Dan told me, that someone was demanding a doctor draw their blood, and I went, excuse me, why are you asking for a doctor? Do you want to be bruised? Because they know what they're doing. No, they won't. They'll have done it once when they were training, if you're lucky. Get a nurse.
There
What
is
do
a
you know what you're
reason
talking about? I
nurses
am a doctor.
exist.
They didn't ask me what I was a doctor of, so they just took me on my advice.
But yeah, I want. If a doctor is trying to do that kind of thing to me, I say, get the nurse.
Please get a nurse. I like my veins. I like them. I like my body. I don't want to look like a pincushion.
A nurse, if you have to. A paramedic. It was the paramedic who actually got annoyed and came and did it for me properly. And he did it first time.
Yes, they will do.
Yeah, paramedics are goaded at that one.
Yeah. Yeah, my mum was giggling like anything because we were in the we were in the A&E at that point, and this guy was just being really rude, and I shut it down with, "I am a doctor. I'm here with my mum though, so I'm not on duty."
I don't know. I don't like criticising her, right? But my mum's a trainee doctor, and she also suffers from a minor case of the know-it-alls.
Oh,
Oh,
And she's
So-
the one who took me to A&E.
yeah.
Wasn't she also the one who insisted there was absolutely nothing wrong with you, though?
Yes.
I can explain that one.
Mhm.
There is because quite a lot of medics are the children of medics. So we would chat about this at med school and stuff. I'm grandchild of medic, but yeah, you have to children of doctors are the ones who come in as the appendix has burst, rather than before then, because their parents just don't believe them.
really? Why?
You're fine, you're just faking it, da-da-da. It can't be that bad.
I always have some
Yeah.
degree of issue breathing. And it's really hard for my mum to tell if it's my normal having issues to breathe or it's I can't breathe. And that's not an absolute, that's a spectrum. So a lot of the time she'll be like, you're hyperventilating, because sometimes it is hyperventilating, sometimes it's my lungs have been coalitioned. And calming down only fixes one of those. And she doesn't like A&E.
Understandable on that one, but still...
Because she does elderly care.
Sensible person.
Well, she's doing elderly care to go into prison care.
In answer to Carol 151's question, last week you said you want to get a wind turbine eventually. What do you think of the windmill or vertical type? I'm thinking probably, considering I want to go for what's probably going to be a small micro turbine sort of setup. I'll probably go for a vertical one and stick it on the roof. Because there are some nice ones you can get. You can actually, there's actually one I keep looking at on Amazon, which is a couple of hundred, and I'm wondering if I could get it installed and power and then tapped into our system, and whether it would work and whether it would be useful. Because if I could get it, I'd like to have it because it would give us that much more power in terms of our power generation. And I'm tempted to talk to the people who are going to be installing our batteries and our everything else instead, and go, if I get this, will you put it up for me? Because if I could, oh, that's nice. Having a wind turbine, some wind turbine as well as the sun really does change the power profile for the property.
Yeah. Yeah, my problem in regards to wind power is, I mean, that total wind, hole. There's nearly no wind where I'm living. But I also want a power backup and that kind of stuff.
Well, having batteries, having solar panels, and adding in a wind turbine as well just sort of sets things off nicely to my mind and gives me added
Yeah.
bonus.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out how many wind turbines one could stick on top of an electric car, and then see if you can charge as you go.
Oh,
You can't because you use the power to drive is the power that will power your wind turbine, and there's always loss in the system.
Chugga say, don't ask for the ward sister. If your nurse is failing to hit it, don't ask for the doctor. Ask for the ward sister or the senior plebologist. It's the plebologist. That's the blood nurse, isn't it?
Sorry,
Phlebotomist.
when you say that, I can't help but a doctor who specializes in poor people.
Plebologist.
A plebologist.
Yeah.
Now, what issues affect poor people?
Anyway. Stafford, follow up. What lessons are currently being ignored that could lead to a Monday Pearl event occurring, and how can it be corrected? Currently, because I spent all of Friday having this conversation, ship production and force numbers and force structure numbers. And we're all sitting there going, we need more, and everyone's going, yeah! And we're going, so going to increase the pace of production? No! You're going to increase the number you're ordering? No!
No, in fact, we will be canceling ship classes.
Yay!
Because every little dinky torpedo boat should be able to do ASW, should be able to do anti-air, should be able to do anti-ship, and should be also be an all singing, all dancing helicopter platform.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on that. Although there has been absolute, and I'm going to try and respond to this person at some point, because they have done a comment, and I'm not sure whether they were a bot, what they are, or sort of what was on what motivated them. They could be humanoids, but they actually did write that the days of screen attack group with limited ship radar is over. The Constellation-class frigate warfare mission was to combine its moving target indicator radar with hypersonic and ballistic tracking space sensors as a means to track HEVs so that the Burke-class destroyers could lock onto them and destroy them with the HEV intercept missile.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't a mission of the Constellation-class at all. In fact,
I need a few more buzzwords in there.
Yeah. There are so many. It's a buzzword salad, but there was no point in the frigate in the Constellation class life that it was going to be the warfare mission of providing target identification radar with hypersonic and ballistic tracking space sensors combined. That was never. I'm not sure which part of the internet this poor person has got that from, if they are a person. It's just one of those names with numbers in it, and you sit there and go, I'm never quite sure if they're real people or not when those come out. But that's not it. That the whole comment, it's on the 21st century battleships. If people want to go see it, it's a whole comment, and you sit there, I'm trying to figure out how to reply in a very nice way to say that what they have commented is basically it's a buzzword salad, but none of it's correct.
I'm so tempted to reply with Star Trek tech babble.
Okay, hear me out. I'm not sure why we're even bothering with ships at this point. Why don't we just build like a fleet of nuclear-powered aircraft, all equipped with nuclear weapons? Which means we wouldn't have to waste money on carriers because they can fly around indefinitely. We can make them drones to appeal to the tech bros.
Yes, Miss Strangereel, we get it.
We route one of these, let's call them arsenal beds, over the enemy. We carpet nuke them like we thought we were doing the Cold War. We win. We don't have to fight a land war, which means that we don't need the army. We just need these flying overhead.
Yes, and they also need to be a flying holiday resort.
I think somebody has been giving our lovely Foxo steroids.
It's not enough.
Actually, yes, but no, that's not what this has come from.
No, this sounds a lot like steroid-induced psychosis.
Do I have
No,
enough
this is
iron
just
brew for this?
a combat.
You can't handle the truth.
I don't think I have enough iron brew for this. I'm gonna
And
need
if you're
more.
really good at an aircraft carrier, we'll put a bunch of drones under the wings of these Arsenal birds.
I'm too low on iron brew for this conversation. I need more iron brew. The trouble is the next 72 cans of iron brew haven't arrived.
Yeah, so
Uh-oh.
okay. Okay. You need to make these Arsenal birds also have a function of the thunder screech.
Okay, how much is it to rapid deliver 72 cans of iron brew? Can I rapid deliver them from somewhere?
If you whoosh it, probably not as much as you think.
Seneca, you see, the thing is, how do you create the effect of the thunder screech? Well, you make them all supersonic, then you just have them dive down.
I need a lot. Amazon drone delivery. I wish they did Amazon drone delivery in my area. I would be having it right now. I need iron brew.
Like,
I need a
what you
lot of
do-
iron brew for this.
We are so
But you
deep in the
could put, like, copies
battleship
of
now.
You could put like talk to Chat GPT in the Arsenal birds, right? And it could be active on Twitter. So I don't know, Mr. Trump would say, I am sending Arsenal bird X to Belgium. And then you'd have like all the panicked DMs on Twitter to Arsenal bird and Belgium destroyer 6000. The bird would answer back in Chat GPT. Which would cause the Belgian people to surrender.
Yes,
See,
that's a
the
good
ultimate
idea.
weapon system.
What so? You're sounding ominously German there.
Don't worry, I have now ordered 96 cans of iron brew. Unfortunately, it won't
this whole
arrive
thing
that
about-
soon, but you know.
You just want to
Well.
remove Belgium. That is very German. They've tried it on multiple occasions now.
Now, I was going to say France, but France would probably have their own of these called Oh la la Baguette. And it would be bad, but it would still work.
we're moving on. Before I seriously do drink 6 litres of iron brew in the next 10 minutes, Stafford, follow up. What lessons are currently... We've answered that one. Architect to 96. Would Japan replicating the Halifax explosion by sending a kamikaze freighter full of explosives to attack Pearl Harbor be enough to get the US end going madly after the IGN? No, but they would possibly do more damage than the actual attack did to the fleet in Pearl Harbor.
The thing to remember is the US had been expecting to go to war with Japan.
Oh, and can I just answer something? Because someone said, what would the Royal Navy do to the air bases? The Royal Navy at that period, if they're not in war till 1941, and they were suddenly, for some reason, attacking Pearl Harbor, and that was the discussion at the end of going, well, I gave the example of how the US would have attacked and how the Royal Navy would have attacked Pearl Harbor, just as a bit of extra bonus fun. I didn't mention this because I didn't see the point, but the Royal Navy were very keen on developing fuel-air explosives, so they'd have probably attacked any airfield with fuel-air explosives in the middle of the night. In 1941, that would have been against the US Armed Forces as they arranged in Pearl Harbor. If you're attacking in like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning with fuel-air explosives, those air bases are going to be cinder blocks by the time you finished. And as I said, it's not because they are particularly bad bases, it's because the Navy there has got into such a bad culture that literally everyone knows the forces there are in a bad culture. It's an open secret in the US, the Royal Navy, the Royal Navy, the US Navy, the US Army, the Imperial Japanese Navy. Everyone's, because they've been there and they've been in it for so long. They've been looking and going, "Aren't you going to fix this?" and successive generation of commanders come up and get appointed to the post in charge of that area. They comment on how bad a culture is. They comment on what a bad cycle it's got itself into when they're back in port, of being in an island paradise and behaving like they're on holiday, and they don't do anything about it, mainly because it's considered such a hardship posting, I think, that they're worried if they do something about it, do correct it, that's going to cause it's going to cause people to not, to either put in for transfers elsewhere or to leave the services. And so they think they're caught in a catch-22. You either improve the station's facilities so they can be run on a normal schedule and still have the quality of life they want, or you accept that, well, we're not going to improve the facilities, so we have to let them behave like this every weekend.
Essentially, it's at the point when the US Navy is sent there, it's Scarpa Flow.
Oh no. Scarpa Flow, when it was sent there, it was worse than Scarpa Flow was. Scarpa Flow had a golf course. Scarpa Flow had a cinema. When the US Navy was originally sent there, they don't have those things.
If they can't set that up within half an hour to an hour, then those ships' crews and their chiefs need to be taken out and beaten with sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you make a golf course with plenty of bunkers is we practice shore bombardment. Oh look, we have holes in places.
Ramal, would you call the Sea Slug a better missile than a Talos? No. No one would call the Sea Slug. It's called the Sea Slug for starters, let's be honest. Wayne's World. Blackburn was technically possible in 1915. Assuming an engine could be found, what do you think about them at Jutland? Well, if they have working radios, then they're going to do a very good job, but that's the whole point. At Jutland, they tried to do a Blackburn with the famous Rutland of Jutland, who ends up landing his aircraft because his radios aren't working to try and fix his radios in the middle of the battlefield.
I thought part of the problem was he ran out of fuel.
That's after he takes off again, I think. He lands, takes off, he does all sorts of things to try and get his radio working.
Quick question. Sorry, just going back. Was the Sea Slug along the same lines as things like HMS Peony? That the Russians would not attack a formation which was protected by Sea Slug because there was a small chance that somebody would have to write a report that they got shot down by a missile called Sea Slug. And they could not risk the shame of that.
The thing is...
Морской слизень. Морской слизень.
Moscow season. I hope you heard that from both the computer and myself. The Sea Slug actually sounds better in Russian than it does in English.
Oh?
That's the disturbing thing.
I mean, I personally think we should have followed it up with Sea Cucumber, but that's just me.
That's a great name for a missile.
I'm
It
just
needs
so
to
glad.
instill fear in the enemy.
I'm just so glad you have nothing to do with the naming of our missiles.
Oh, wait. So does that mean... No, if we've got the Sea Slug, what we need is... the Seagull. It would be the most dangerous anti-missile, anti-light craft missile ever. Like, have you seen the way seagulls attack other birds?
I also now have visions of people complaining because they probably think it was Canadian or Polish. Because that's a missile that's going to sneak up on you and pretend to be something else. It's going to be a stealthy missile because it's going to pretend to be, I don't know, your own friendly helicopter until it suddenly pops up and decides to explode at you.
Exactly.
There are people who seem to be surprised that the British were working on fuel-air explosives in the 1930s. There were fuel-air explosive weapons being developed in the World War One era.
Yeah, it's.
They're not the greatest thing, but the fuel-air explosive weapons are older than we tend to think they are.
Because they were looking
Yeah,
at
way
them
older.
and they built them for the 9.2-inch howitzers. Because they were part of the 1917 campaign.
Yeah.
Because chemical weapons were becoming ineffective.
And yeah, it's there are many different nations who work on them. The first one, which is listed, I think, which is listed as an effective weaponry, and is the Brandgranate used by the Germans for their incendiary shells.
Yes.
Which was all, yeah, that was all. That's technically a fuel-air explosive, but yeah, and yeah,
It's also important to remember that all thermobaric weapons are fuel-air explosives. Not all fuel-air explosives are thermobaric weapons.
yeah.
And people go fuel-air explosives and assume it with the effects of, say, that Soviet 8-inch thermobaric artillery piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's not that yet.
It's still not nice to be hit by.
Yeah, the Millennium raids did come close to a citywide thermobaric effect.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Royal Navy was working on all sorts of interesting weapons and tech development in the 1930s. You have to remember, we're talking about Britain in the 1930s as the nation which has the world's largest biological and chemical weapons arsenal. By a quite a large margin.
It's also, what are you going to have on board your aircraft carrier? So you have a limited bomb supply, but you also would have your auxiliary fuel tanks and aviation fuel.
There's all sorts of interesting reasons why to get into it, but yeah, they have ideas. They have ideas, and some of those ideas are good ideas, some of them are terrible ideas, and some of them are really kind of weird ideas. Okay, Nightingale, as the E2 Hawkeye plan calls for a small number of E2A before they were replaced by E2C, but it didn't fit on older carriers, so would the E2A be used as trainers before the E2C arrived? Night, this is one of those questions where I think we can all say we probably need some context here. I think you're probably talking about the procurement plan.
Yeah, also that's flying a bit too close to the sun now. I feel like.
What?
Yeah, to classified stuff.
Trust me, the original procurement of the E2A went out to the E2D. Yeah, they are very different aircraft. How do I put this?
Okay.
How do I put this? The Grum E2 Hawkeye first entered service in 1960, and introduced into service. It started manufacture in 1960. First flight was in 1960, and introduced into service in 1964. The modern E2Ds are a world. They might look similar in their configuration, but they are very different aircraft than the E2As were. They're first deployed on the Kitty Hawk and various things like that. They're basically it's again, it's a bit big. It requires a bit much sort of support. It's something to take advantage of the capabilities of the American supercarriers and their larger vessels. But yeah, they if they hadn't been able to take advantage of those ships, if it had been found they hadn't worked, even though they were designed and tested to work, if it was found suddenly they hadn't done, then they'd have probably gone, well, okay, fine, we will put them on something and we'll use them as training aircraft until we get a better version in service. Because you're talking about for the Royal Navy to buy the E2s. No, the Royal Navy was looking at CVO1 and was looking at E2s. It'd have been interesting to see how that would work out, but that wasn't going to be something which was going to be worked out till the CVO1s were actually ordered. Oh well.
Yeah.
Next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if all the American heavy cruisers become copies of KMS Sharnhorse with 15-inch guns in 1938? We saw this coming earlier. USN is slightly upset about the range drop, but also if it's all their heavy cruisers become that, then suddenly a lot of their older reconnaissance cruisers, because they have 8-inch guns, they're called heavy cruisers, but let's be honest, they were recon cruisers, are suddenly looking at far more viable ships. And they have a more complicated air defense profile, and are arguably a less viable air defense profile in their secondaries. But, you know, the Americans can use them. And they really, and also there's the reality that if you consider the Doolittle raid, right? Well, under that scenario in the force structure, the U.S. Navy in the Doolittle raid would have had quite a few of these. If I'm going from memory, I'm just checking. I'm checking the list to make sure I'm right, because that's always fine. Checking my notes on the Doolittle raid and checking the ships involved. Why, can you all hear a corgi making a lot of noise outside? Because I'm occasionally getting noises from it. Is it coming from? No? Okay, it's not coming from.
Not at the moment.
No, they've got Salt Lake City, Northampton, and Vincennes. So they would have had three of these with them, replacing them. If you got 3 fast battleships with 6 15-inch guns, replacing your 3 heavy cruisers, that's going to make a difference here, because now you're not going to be worried so much about running into Congos. If you're not worried about running into Congos, then
You're going to get closer.
yeah. Because let's be honest, Congos are the only thing that could catch you. And this scenario, if they catch you, it's going to go, yeah. Stafford says, yes, I hear an upset Zebedee. Okay. I will go check on Zebedee quickly and find out why he's quite so distressed, that we can hear him being distressed. But yeah, what do you all think? What do you think the Americans would do with that many Scharnhorst styles with 6 15-inch guns?
Not making 15-inch shells?
Probably, yes. They'll need to. Otherwise, they've got a very limited supply of this. But then again, it's something they can do semi-simply.
I think
Also, manpower is going to be interesting. I know they've got a lot of manpower, but still.
they, with the amount, can't remember what the crewing is of the Scharnhorsts to compare to one of the US heavy cruisers. I'm slightly bemused at the sudden shift to lots of in inverted commas, cruisers with batteries of just 6 main guns. don't know. For some reason, it's feels weird. But that's just me.
Okay.
Just
Hopefully that's sorted
doesn't
out.
kind of yeah.
Okay. Can we just quickly check in on Paul, who apparently had to go to A&E? Hope he's okay. Right then.
What is it with people needing to go to A&E recently?
Yeah, why are you all going to A&E?
I went because they're amazing.
A&E is the British emergency room, right?
Yeah.
Yes, accident and
Yep.
emergency.
Okay.
These days, they prefer to be called the emergency department.
Yes, but we prefer to call them A&Es because, in the nicest way, we're British, so we don't like to say we got an emergency. We like to say we had an accident. It sounds so much more polite and less likely to actually really hurt ourselves.
Well, yeah, they're called the accident department because that's where they cause so many accidents need to get the rest of the hospital involved. Like, paramedics should not be doing inspections in A&E.
I cannot comment. They have to pay me to go into one.
Leslie's now considering getting an X-ray on his thumb, so Leslie, if you're wondering about whether you need to get an X-ray on your thumb, you probably do need to get an X-ray on your thumb.
Yeah.
Don't engage with the night shift. It's what I figured out.
Joe Fredericks, I've done an entire video on why the carriers came out the way they did. I'm not getting into that on this discussion, but there's an entire video on why they are. But basically, it goes back to political compromises with the Royal Air Force and things from that, and also the fact that the Royal Navy was supposed to have 3 LHDs and 2 aircraft carriers, all with ski jumps, so that they could operate the same air group. So basically, you'd have a pool of 5 flight decks. So if the carrier wasn't available, in extremis, you could use one of the LHDs and still launch the air group, still use some of the air group, so you'd still have availability, which makes a lot of sense for a medium power. It makes a lot of sense for a power the size of Britain to go with that kind of force structure, to have the 2 carriers and the 3 LHDs to be able to operate the same air group from all 5 of them. It makes a lot of sense. As we built it, it doesn't. As we built it, doesn't make sense because they haven't built the LHDs that come after it. They haven't done that. They've decided they've got rid of the amphibious ships. They're doing all sorts of weird stuff. And actually, as you look at the design they keep talking about to the amphibious ships keeps changing. It's also almost turning back into an LHD. So that is the problem. It's basically they had a good idea. It was a good and sensible idea which we could all support. Unfortunately, then many bright ideas happened later.
Don't they always?
Yeah. Bomber Boy, what would an intense late 1960s ASW conversion of the Daring class look like? How would it compare to the MN Malbise, and was this considered at any point? There were various ideas put forward about converting the Daring class, but honestly, it wasn't carried out. It would have probably involved adding things like Ikra missile systems and maybe some sort of helicopter platform and removing the aft weapon system. We saw some of the things that you could see probably happening on aboard HMS Vampire, but yeah.
It's a quick question about terminology.
Yeah.
At what point does battery turn into weapon systems when it comes to naval design?
When you start to change from having guns as your primary weapon system to having a more of an array of weaponry systems. So when it's no longer guns and guns and guns, it's missiles, guns, torpedoes.
I've been referred to a ship having batteries of missiles, especially early on.
Yeah, they would call them the missile battery.
Okay, so when we say that transition takes place, for reference when it sort stuff up.
We're really talking about we're talking about 70s, 80s.
Okay.
It's
Was
rather late.
Hedgehog also said it's a battery? Hedgehog launcher?
It was. Let's put it this way. The individual launchers, and then if you have multiple launchers, you have a Hedgehog battery. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
In the same way that a battery can be made up of multiple cells,
But
which no one ever refers to them as these
but
days.
also you have to remember that sometimes then people go, well, we didn't call it that, and you go, well, actually, most people wouldn't. Most people just call them the Hedgehog launchers rather than the Hedgehog battery, because let's be honest, it makes sense. But the official terminology would have been it was battery. Carrot 1151. If the construction of the pause slowed for redesign, how effective do you think Vanguard would have been?
Quite.
Yeah, should have been useful. Let's be honest, if the ships hadn't been paused, they'd have been very, very sensible and very, very useful. Joel Fredericks, you have to remember, the British don't. The fighting in a coalition sounds like a nice thing, but what was the last major naval war the British got involved in? And were they fighting as part of a coalition?
A coalition with me, myself, and I.
Yeah, this is the trouble when it comes to powers of a certain size. You can't bank on being in a coalition because you have your own separate interests, and life happens. Also, it's one of those things of ultimately if. France has this issue with only having one carrier, and one of the reasons why they have the 3 Mastrals is to try and make up for that, is the fact that because they only have one carrier, they have periods where they don't have a carrier. And the British look at the carrier and they look at the amphibious task groups as their tickets to lead items. The British government is very focused on having leadership positions within NATO. So carriers give you leadership of a battle group. Large amphibs give you leadership of amphibious task group. The British used to love being a leader. I think we still are leaderships of the Rapid Reaction Force. I think we still have that leadership role in NATO. It changes every now. There's some things would change around, but I don't think it happens. And so this is the point: the British government really like to be able to punch above their weight, and the main way they do that is by having the big items, which the coalitions will form themselves around, so that they have the leadership position in the coalition for those particular units. That's their strategy, anyway.
What are you going to tell? Are you going to tell the guy with the carrier that he's not leader of the task group when you've got a destroyer?
Yeah, it's kind of like the British turn up in this case of usually we're planning on turning up with a carrier, some RFAs, a couple of destroyers, and a couple of frigates, and going, so you're all grouping around us, right? Yeah. So we're in charge of the task group.
Mm-hmm. Or if we're not, you can take the task group over there, but the RFAs aren't going, and so good luck getting back.
Oh, it's never needed to be said that. It's just a case of course, we retain our right to operate independently. Architect 096, the US does the same thing with their task groups. Architect 096, in fact, everyone does it with their task groups. That's what you do. That's the respective method, as we talked about before. Architect 096, would steady low-level procurement of ships allow for major decrease in price per unit? Let's say a destroyer, 2 frigates and 4 OPVs ordered per year. If you've got them on a continuous ordering every year, yeah, that's going to reduce cost. That's going to keep a constant background flow within the system. That's going to keep a constant level of production. You're not going to have peaks and troughs. Okay, the thing that really makes a lot of procurement expensive, adds on, we talk about research and development costs. There's also the costs of spooling up the manufacturing capability. So you have to basically take from 0 to hero to be able to build the ships, and then it degrades down to 0 again before you build your next class. So you have a peak and a trough, and a peak and a trough, and a peak and a trough, and that's expensive. Whereas if you can have your research and development and you can keep a constant flow of development, production going, you don't have peaks and troughs. It sort of evens out a bit more. And that provides a basis for continual costing and does tend to make prices cheaper.
You also kind of need the military-industrial complex to trust you. That you won't just randomly go, well, we've changed slightly, so
Well,
all those millions of pounds and billions you spent getting orders for us, you're not getting that money now.
well, this is one of the reasons why the French make it acts in Parliament. And that's one of the reasons why they can, because those acts in Parliament are structured years in advance and all these things, so people know what's coming up. And it's one of the reasons why I find it funny. Every time someone goes, well, why do the French get to spend less money and get this, this, and this? And why do these people get spend less? So they go, usually because they've got some mechanism whereby they've signed up to it and the governments can't cancel it on a whim. Basically, the idea is for most French defence firms is if the government has to go through Parliament to get a parliamentary agreement to cut something, it's going to take a long time. We're going to see it coming. It's not. It's going to be easy to deal with. It's not going to be a sudden, unexpected change.
That could be a Wednesday's Twitter post.
How big a reduction would it be? 10, 15? Look, more than 15%. Probably you're talking about 40% roughly.
If this is for the British, do we have to be getting 4 OPVs a year? We don't need that many.
4 OPVs, MCVs, and honestly, we could always buy them and sell them when we don't need them anymore, or when we get enough we don't need. But let's be honest, realistically, we should have 4 sitting in the Mediterranean, 4, at least 8 wandering around the UK, 4 sitting in the 4 sitting in the Caribbean, 4 sitting in the Far East, 4 sitting in the Middle East, and a 4 sitting in the Falklands, to wander around and do things. And by my count, that makes 28.
Stop quoting cruiser numbers from Jellicoe. Aren't you just taking the cruiser numbers from Jellicoe?
No, I was
from
doing
1919.
No, I was doing some sloop deployments from about 1930. So realistically, yes, we should have 32. If you want to use them if you want to use them as your constant presence ships, you need to have them deployed forward.
Yeah, I just want them able to operate as at least MCMVs.
Well, that's easy. You could just get them based on sort of Nada Rasmussen style with Stanflex, so they can basically have the MCV. They can be true sloops, because that's what the Nada Rasmussen style class are. Thanks to Stanflex, they can be used as minesweepers, mine layers, and OPVs. Oh, and look at the moment, who are we currently going in with on our next MCMV procurement, minesweeper procurement? Oh, it's going to be Norway, who are also potentially partnering with Denmark on it.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm gonna leave now.
Take care, Seneca.
It's 11 p.m.
Don't worry.
So yeah. Bye.
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 And also, Dan, what time do you need to be off at?
I'm going to head off at 11 British time.
Okay, it's in about an hour then.
Yeah.
No, as late as I thought it was.
Yeah. I'll set an alarm for you, don't worry, Dan.
Thank you. Yeah. Because my phone is running low on battery, so it can't necessarily remind me. And I only have one little clock on my computer to look at. Yeah, I'm an idiot, but that's just me. I had a thought, and it feels like it's escaped. Yeah, no, I was wrong. So sorry. Were we answering Knight's question?
Yes. I was just making some notes for another question which I just saw in the chat go past, so I'm just quickly making notes when it comes in. For Foxo, so where am I going wrong and barking up the wrong tree in regards to what was discussed in Friday's catch-up ramblings? I didn't hear Friday's catch-up ramblings.
You expect her to remember?
Could you quickly put in chat which question this is? Because I was answering a lot of questions last night.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see here. And
It might be the constellation question.
take in another 10 questions quickly.
Uh,
Because I know there's a lot of people questions in the chat, and I'm just going to take in 10, so I've got 1, 2 in. Don't worry. Carry on.
Yeah.
Constellation question?
who asked this question?
Night.
Night. When it comes to the constellation, like a lot of the questions on Friday, it kept getting stuck in the technical aspects of the constellations are bad. Less about the political and the technological issues behind them. And whether they are actually what the US Navy needs.
I think that, as I keep saying, the problem for the Constellation class, and there's going to be I'm going to be discussing this a lot on Wednesday, because it's currently in the books, and I can say this, it's on the books, that myself, another angry Brit, an angry Australian, and an angry American are going to get together to discuss the frigates, the issues of frigates for a Bilge Pumps Christmas special. So yes, that's happening hopefully on Wednesday. That's in the books for Wednesday. And what I would say is that the trouble is, for most of the world, when we're talking about cheap, cheerful warship, we're talking Flower-class corvette. For the US Navy, when they're talking cheap, cheerful warship, they are thinking their World War II destroyers. The Fletcher class. That's the differential, and this is realistically, I would say you can draw a lot of parallels with the Frem design and the Fletchers in terms of what they're looking for them from.
Specifically, night questions on Friday, why the project failed, and whether it failed or was it just cancelled, stem a lot from the technical aspects of the ship. When you bark up the wrong trees, the political side of that design, with it being as conceived, significantly compromised.
I'd say as it was sold to the political class versus as it was conceived by the navies.
Yeah, because with its focus on using a lot of off-the-shelf bits, it's especially in the modern day theatre, it's as much about the politics behind the ship than it is the technical aspect of the ship. If that makes sense, Knight.
Well, yeah.
And on Friday and in Ramblings, you're very focused on the technical side of things. Which, beyond the point, do the technicals matter to politicians who are cancelling it?
Nope.
They don't. Now, the next question is for Dragon, and it's how unrealistic is the German super battleship Ludendorff from the Russian World of Warship closed beta 26.1 development blog?
I'm going to have to look that one up.
One of the things I thought brought up was the USN desperately needed them. The USN does desperately need a frigate. They really do. But the trouble is they need a frigate which fits with the politics of the time. And honestly, they'd probably been better off going with a modified national security colour design for that than what they did do. Because then it would have been the All-American. And the All-American frigate would have got through, would have survived in the Congress. The trouble is, Frem was perceived as the foreign design. Even though the Constellation class was about as closely related to Frem as the American English is to British English.
So surprisingly well.
It looks very similar. It looks very similar at a glance, but it's very different once you start going inside it, and then you realise it's about 90% dissimilar in terms of pronunciation and things. Oh yeah, some of the well, basically it depends on every region you're in different parts of the regions in the United States and how they pronounce things. It gets fun. There are some parts in America where you literally walk through and you'll be going, I think you're speaking something which was once English. Once English being the emphasis of it. It's the fun thing was once being with a relative of mine. She's Texan, and we were in. I think we were in Alabama. I have no idea why. I think we were driving through for somewhere or something. This was years ago when I was much younger. I mean, I'm talking early 20s days, right? And yeah, she was sitting next to me, and we were sitting there talking, and we were just going. We cannot honestly understand what the person is saying in this cafe. And we're just going to nod and smile and nod and hope we get the food we asked for.
There we go, German super battleship, Ludendorff.
Quebecois, it's a French. The interesting thing between Quebecois and French is that honestly, they'd both be arguing over which was the true and proper French.
Well, let's be real. That's how you get the Académie La Française going in Quebecois in the middle of an airport.
What earth are those guns?
Poor Dragon is currently. Me and Fox are having a fun conversation, and Dragon is just having a nightmare. Okay, I'm trying to look it up so I can have an idea. Oh
I've
my
got
lord!
an image of it. I'll stick it in. It's called Cyclic. Do you see what I mean by the secondary turrets? As what?
Okay, I'm looking in Cyclic now.
I'm going to work on the assumption those are 18-inch guns.
450s, yes. 450mm primaries. 150mm single secondaries.
Meh.
Why would you?
I mean, very large turret for that.
Why, in the name of all things holy?
And then they've got those really weird-looking thingammy mounts.
It's got the mounts on the funnels as well, or rather the searchlights on the funnels, and the mounts on the guns.
No, it's the casemate mounts.
Oh,
that are really.
Oh, good God!
It's
got the Graf Zeppelin's casemates.
Yeah, and it's because it's the continuation of the battlecruiser line, which has twin casemate secondaries.
Those look like they're almost more tertiaries.
In the nicest
and
way.
They're far too close together.
who hurt the person who put this design together? Who hurt
Probably
them?
Stalin. Probably Stalin.
This is... No, just no, just no, just no, just no. Just no. I'm just saying no, okay? I'm just saying no. It's reached that point in life where I can say this, and I just say no, okay? There is an important point in life where you can just say no to things, and I'm just saying no to that, as in no, it shouldn't exist. How unrealistic? Incredibly unrealistic. Dragon, do you want to say more? Or are you still being tormented by it?
So, apparently this is designation GK 5041 of the Grosskampfschiff variant, designed to be armed with 4 turrets at displacing 50,000 tons. In this hypothetical version of the project where it was continued, this was armed with 450mm main guns.
And may I add?
Don't understand.
Timu, have you joined us?
Yes, because I do play the game a lot. I would like to say that some of these ships are made by some creative license from wargaming, so they might not actually represent what the ideas for the people back then had in mind.
Yes, but when they explicitly say yes, this is this ship with X modification, I expect it to look vaguely similar to something, but it's those secondary turrets I just cannot understand. The twin casemates, yeah, Wargaming's had a bit of a thing for them for a while, but
yeah,
because I think they were technically included on certain things, but it's very strange.
Okay, Ramal.
Anyway, that's all for me.
Right, Ramal. Long Beach is a cruiser, and no, she's better than the Type 82. The Tychos are destroyer leaders, and the closest that you could really go with 82, the 82s in comparison to the 42s is a destroyer leader. But realistically, I would say the Type 82 design is a very capable vessel, as is a Tico, but they're looking for different things, and so they go with different flavors. And realistically, it's the first 5 Tychos which are in the sort of the ballpark of the 82, but even then, they've got more surface-to-air launchers. They've got, more capabilities in that front. They are far more capable. They are more capable overall, realistically, than the 82 because of the way it was penny pitched in its design. 9681. As Germany's decided to bring in voluntary military service program for 18-year-olds, and it's gone down as well as a lead balloon. Why do you think the idea is so unpopular? Who says it is? Look, let me put it this way. If you are finding that certain stories are being amplified massively, like that gentleman who apparently said that he would prefer for Putin to take over Germany and him to live under control of Putin than for this to be brought in, I always ask the question of why are those stories being massively amplified, because anyone who thinks that's a sane response to this scenario should be asking themselves, excuse me, what kind of skewed worldview do you have that you prefer to live under Putin's Russia if you live in modern Germany? I'm sorry. I'm not saying Russia's bad, I'm just saying there are many, many issues going on with Russia at this current time. I think we can all admit, even Russia's fans can admit, they have some issues going on. You prefer to live under that than with Putin in charge, than in modern Germany, as a German? That seems a little strange. So when I see these things, and I see the protests being thrown up and all these things, I do start the question of, well, is this being pushed, or is this a real feeling? Is this a real feeling or is this being pushed? And also, I'm reminded of the fact that in 1936-ish, there's a debate in Oxford's debating club about whether this house believes you should die for king or country. They voted against it. They voted with mission. The arguments against dying for king or country. And then in 1939, vast majority of those people who were at the debate had joined up. And a large number of them died for king and country in World War II. So again,
Yeah. As long as the cause is just, people will die for it.
no, it doesn't even need a cause to be just, as long as the cause makes sense to them.
Well, me,
Yeah.
Fox, and a few others were having this debate the other day, basically. And it's probably not as unpopular as you think, but for others, it's just a case of, to a degree, our generation meant slightly more to go and fight for something than necessarily, oh, well, you should do so because it's your country.
It's not that we don't. There is an element of exhaustion of we don't want to be sent into yet another Middle Eastern sandbox.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, Germany's got the issue of you're trying to tell young people what to do. Young people don't like being told what to do ever.
Mm.
Especially 18-year-olds who are getting their first taste of freedom.
Let's put it as a voluntary military service program. Can I clarify that? Because I've heard different things about it.
I heard it was mandatory service. Is what's been
No,
reported.
voluntary.
A very lampshaded voluntarily. More of a voluntold, from what I've been told by Lydia.
The thing is, they didn't get rid of it until relatively recently.
Right. What do you mean get rid of it? I thought they just introduced it.
No, they had
They
had national service. They had
Right.
they had conscription until recently.
They got rid of it until 93, didn't they? Well, they got rid of it in 93.
It might have even been later than that, but I can't remember for sure. But
I know a bunch of Germans I know and talk to who were born in the 2000s haven't been through it. And don't know people who have.
yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's part of it. It's part of their attempt to expand their reserves, etc. They're going. We want to expand our reserves, but also you should realise it did only pass in Parliament by 323 votes to 272. And surprisingly, most of the people who seem to be saying things against it are people who are connected to the parties which were voted against it. So it's a 50-50 issue in the public, probably at best. So yeah, but it's passed in Parliament and it is technically voluntary, technically at least. And voluntold potentially might be they've got they've got medical exemptions, they've got all sorts of things in there. So it seems to be to me it's about like it's about increasing the number of reservists and available reservists. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
There's always been a resistance to that sort of thing. You're trying to tell people what to do.
Yeah. But sometimes you do need to increase the resilience in your population, and the only way you can do that is by training.
That's what has part of what's happened with Ukraine, is my understanding, is that because they had national service, they've got a lot of the people that they are calling up are actually people who've at least got some prior service.
Well, that was the big thing, because there have been many classes that have gone through national service while the war started in 2014. And it kept simmering on, and they kept cycling through the national service and kept getting experience up, and that's why when the the Russians did invade, they suddenly found themselves, if the longer the time went on, the worse the situation got, because the more and more Ukrainian reservists started showing up.
Hmm.
Castaner, any chance the USN takes a serious look at a Type 26 now the Constellation class has been cancelled? Potentially, but potentially they don't. In nicest way, they're gonna look more for a homegrown domestic solution. The only chance which you could probably get different is if, as I've mooted before, if President Trump gets taken for a shipyard tour by King Charles, and is trying to impress King Charles by making statements. I'm just saying the personalities involved would lead to that. So let's be honest, that they are both quite convivial people who would chat away, and I could just imagine Trump wanting to make a big statement next to Charles, especially if he'd had the full, treatment. That's so far been what he's done almost every single time he's come to the UK. He's been treated very well, and he makes a big statement.
Faith in the crown, not the king. When it comes to Prince Charles.
King Charles is... He does okay.
Not who we need, shall we say.
He does okay. I think the trouble is he's a bit ill to be what we need at the precise time. And actually, the honest answer is I'm not sure how long he's going to be on the throne because of that. Moshaw, any recommendations for Copenhagen? And couldn't the Discord get a general channel? It's hard to file everything in the very specific categories.
I thought it did have a general.
It did used to have a general, but no one was using the general, so we got rid of the general. Now Moshaw is asking.
As Runon's just pinged, boarding ramps general.
The boarding ramp servers are a general text channel.
Yeah.
But the boarding ramp really should be the boarding ramp.
Yeah.
Yes, but the problem is everybody started talking in the boarding ramp, so boarding ramp became the general because when the server was set up, the permissions weren't locked off, so that it would only be admin messages, i.e. when somebody joins a server, in the boarding ramp, and then nobody used general, they only used the boarding ramp, so we deleted general. Or reformed it, did something with it.
And in terms of Copenhagen, I mean, you can either follow Nelson's style and bombard it from the sea, or Wellington's and bombard it from land.
Oh, a fun one on Nelson's style Copenhagen is someone commented on a video the other day saying there are more ships than that of the Royal Navy than you listed with the Royal Navy at the Battle of Copenhagen, and they used them all. And I was sort of going, yeah, I mean, the others are in the bombarding fleet back with under Hyde Parker. Those are I listed the ones which went in with Nelson. No, Nelson took them all in. No, he didn't.
No, he definitely didn't.
That's how you get ships crashing into each other, taking that many into Copenhagen.
Yes, that's why you don't do it. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1914, just before World War I, a tunnel appears between Hamburg and London with rails, and the British didn't fight it before the Germans? How would this affect the war? Between Hamburg and London.
Interesting one.
It's an interesting scenario. I'm not sure if it particularly goes well for the Germans, because even with rails and a tunnel going down, that's going to be a very long railway journey. And I'm not sure how the trains are turning around at either end. So that means the maximum probably you can have is one train per track, which means you have two trains. And if you're delivering two trains worth of troops every few hours, well, let's be honest, probably trains go at that speed every half a day to a day. At this point, even if they're really fast trains, and we're presuming the steam somehow is extracted from the tunnel in other ways.
I was going to say, what about the smoke?
Yeah, it's not going to change much. It's basically going to be a oh frigate we have this, not an oh frigate we have this. As Marshura said, mustard gas is going to make a real mess of the tunnel. Yeah. The mining regiments are going to be even more fun. Carrot 151. If you could have the Royal Navy and USN to do crash build mass production of cruisers in 1955, which design do you go for and why? Um, 1936. Belfast and Edinburgh subclass. Edinburgh subclass town class, but with in replacing the 4-inch guns with 5-inch 38s.
Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. You can slap some more AA on it as well.
Yeah. Knights of for one. Question 19. Is the Mark 14 torpedo the worst weapon HMS Vernon has ever had to deal with? Given that, no, it isn't. It is not. In the nicest way, that is if you ever want to read a fun history, there is a book which is the history of HMS Vernon, and it has some of the testing they went through in their life. Let me just check who its author is. Yeah. Rear Admiral Ian Poland, I think it is. Yeah. HMS Vernon story, 1872 to 1986. It is a history and a half. It really is. It is a history and a half. You can also, there is a shortened history which is 1930 to 1955 by E.D. Webb, published in 1956.
Didn't she test the Blackburn surface to air missile?
She tested, they tested all sorts of things on HMS Vernon.
Which was the one that was designed to replace the 3.7-inch anti-aircraft gun. And use the same mount. Which was a creative idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's a polite way of phrasing things.
It's a fair number of interesting options. It would be a very interesting scenario. It really would be. But I think the worst weapon I can think of was the air pressure powered torpedoes, where they tried to power a torpedo like it was a water rocket.
Wouldn't that make a very short range but very fast torpedo?
Exactly, but it also made them incredibly inaccurate.
I suppose that would be an issue for a carrier aircraft. These weren't carrier torpedoes, were they?
Ramul, do you think in the interwar period the USN only designed carriers for the Pacific theatre, and if there was a naval war in the Atlantic, those carriers couldn't withstand a punishment? They could have worked in the Atlantic, but you have to remember they will not have had the same air group if they'd operated in the Atlantic as they did in the Pacific. The thing is, a lot of the parking arrangements and storage arrangements they have for aircraft work in the generally more okay, don't get me wrong, the Pacific is out to kill you, but the Pacific is out to kill you in the way of, oh, did you fall over a banana skin and sit down the stairs? Whereas the North Atlantic is out to kill you in the way of, oh, did I push you down the stairs? They both want to kill you, but the level of effort they're prepared to put into it is just a tad different. They're still trying to kill you, but just a tad differently. Okay? And that difference can make a very big difference in terms of air group storage. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The Pacific will throw a couple of typhoons at you. If the Atlantic doesn't like you, it'll throw the North Sea at you.
Yeah.
Which shall be, 3 months of heavy wind and storm.
And by the way, the North Sea, if you add it into the official British stats of aircraft losses, actually ranks up higher than quite a few enemy air forces that we fought in various wars.
Yes, so more aircraft were lost to the North Sea than were lost to the Regia Aeronautica.
More aircraft were lost to the North Sea in World War One than were lost by any other reason by the Royal Naval Air Service, I think. I remember reading that stat in the book and going and checking up, and I think it was right. The Royal Naval Air Service lost more aircraft to the North Sea than they did to enemy action in World War One. Now, let's go for Fox and Dragon. As the Eagle Union faction has been announced for December, have you got any ships that you would like to see added?
Not really. If it's going to be ultra rare, it's probably going to be either an Essex or it might be another Iowa, because we've only had one Iowa so far. So,
Which Iowa have they had?
New Jersey.
It could also be Lee's flagship.
She's already in game, I think.
She's already in game.
Which one was Lee's flagship?
Washington.
Washington. Yeah, Washington's in game.
Washington's been in game a long time.
Oh.
It's probably going to be... It's probably going to be whiskey, because from what I've been reading, speculation-wise, they're probably going to... Pardon me.
Okay.
They're probably going to have a good cop, bad cop between New Jersey and one of her sisters.
Okay, that's going to be...
Jersey.
In that case, that's got to be Wisconsin, because she's the one with the bad temper of the set.
Yeah. The straight shooter whose partial responses level that mountain.
No, it's oh good. We're now going to create work for the geographers.
It's obvious the Marines can't do their job. Open fire.
Let's show them that the Marines don't need to be employed. That we can take their beer money. Hang on, there's a naval fort going for 50 grand. Where is that? Sorry, this just came up. It's River Medway in Kent.
Ooh.
£50,000.
Not a bad price, honestly.
It's Fort Darnett.
What condition is it in?
Well, it's pretty much it's a scheduled monument. But it could get planning permission for change of use and turned into accommodation. It looks in fairly stable condition to my eyes. It's a nice circular artillery fort. It's pretty darn cool.
What period?
Was designed for a garrison of 100 men. Has got multiple levels. Yeah.
What period? Because it could depend on period.
It was constructed between 1870 and 1872 as part of the defensive line for Chatham.
Okay, so it's one of the ones with internal heating.
It has got some things, yes, that would it did have internal heating. I don't think it's functional now.
Yeah, because one of the old device faults around Plymouth and Southampton have come up for sale a couple of months back. Beautiful things for 400 grand. For basically naval cattle. But it was in the condition it was in 400 years ago. Didn't even have Wi-Fi. And really, 400 grand for a cattle without Wi-Fi?
This one
I'm
is.
just imagining trying to install Wi-Fi into a cat.
This one is 50 grand and it's completely empty, so you would have to do everything yourself. But honestly, I think you could. And implement it all, because it looks fairly sound construction to me.
To be fair, if I had 50 grand,
fairly
I'd probably do it.
Fairly solid, you know.
Clearly, Runon, with all your hard-earned money, you just need to grab it, right?
She could have fun with that. It would be the ultimate Warhammer Den.
Oh, yeah.
He's suspiciously quiet. Oh, she's dropped out.
Share picture of this fort. Okay. Where did it came up on my news feed, didn't it? Yeah. Windows capture. There you go. There's the fort. It's in fairly good nick. Fairly interesting. Got a little concrete structure from World War II added on top, I think. But yeah. There's been some work done on it, so obviously it was habitable in World War II. There's some boats not far, there's some hulls not far from it. Barges, I mean. Yeah, there's a barge Rex. And it includes the island around it. So your 5 grand is quite fun. You got a little you got some beach area. Seriously, Foxo could
boys, go.
Foxo could
then depend on how, if you get permission to actually do the modifications.
Well, they say it's part of. It's already had permission in the past, but yeah, just imagine how much fun Foxo could have with this as her den. She could she could be incredibly antisocial here. No one ever will be able to get her.
Too.
Yeah.
No time you're ever.
Well, are you telling me there's land in the area around the Medway going for 50 grand?
Yes.
Apparently.
It's an island in the middle of the Medway.
Now, here's a question.
I hope that place is heavily listed. Or else that's by being bought up and getting demolished.
It's a statue monument, so no, you cannot demolish it, the property. You have to work with the existing policy. It's a scheduled monument, so good luck trying to get rid of it. You won't be getting rid of it.
Question. If Foxo buys this property and then hires me as her on-site electrician, could she sponsor me for a work visa?
Yes.
Probably, actually, yes. I need this electrician from America. Better yet, I need this electrical engineer. They are currently residing in America. We need to acquire them.
Not an engineer! Engineers and electricians are mutual enemies.
No, they're not.
Just like engineers and plumbers.
Then Runon.
Electricians and plumbers. Electricians and HVAC. Electricians and carpenters. Electricians and tile setters. And don't even get me started on electricians and the drywallers.
Now, might I
I thought you were
point
going
out?
to say at some point electricians and brooms.
Now, might I point out?
Those two! We don't know what they are, but we hate them!
Of electrical electronic engineers.
I'm not part of the IEEE in any capacity whatsoever.
Perhaps, but that therefore proves, therefore, electricians are engineers.
No, it's electrical and electronics engineers.
Put it this way: you're only called an engineer if you do the voodoo I do with things at the size of your fingernail.
Melanie, oh look, Runon just loaned Foxo 50k. Actually, that could be the other way Runon could get over here. Because
Yeah, like
if,
that genuinely,
if
like that's how
Runon
Runon
provided the
buys
money,
property.
Foxo bought it, and they establish it as a joint ownership company where they're going to turn it into something. Because Runon now has a company here, would now be considered to have a company here and a going concern that they're part of, they could come over for employment.
Unfortunately, my next 50,000 American simoleons are going to buy a new vehicle.
Just think, you could buy a vehicle or you could buy an island in Midway. Bomoy, how can a cruiser-grade FCS be converted to work for a battleship? Like Cleveland-class fire control system being used for refitted standards. How hard-coded are values like gun characteristics? Very easy to change, and there's lots of tables. Basically, the control system, it's kind of like you program inside the different tables to deal with the fact that it's depends what you want the gun control to do. Are you transferring it for main gun control? Then that's going to be slightly more complicated because you're going to need to change tables and some of the sensors and some of the inputs. But if you're using it for things like secondary fire control, then probably it's the same guns and it's just easily swapped in. It really doesn't matter.
I need to see if I can beg, bribe, blackmail, or cajole somebody at Whiskey, or even New Jersey, I'll take the trip, to let me see it's not ring gears, I think it's slip rings.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially all of the electrical connections that can turn more or less 360 degrees that hook the turret into the ship.
All those are fun. Right. Carrot 1151. In the 30s, you persuade the Australians to update their yards. Which ships do you optimize them to build? Cruisers, carriers, and sloops. That's it. Cruisers, carriers, and sloops. Maintain and build.
You convinced them to make 37,000 motor torpedo boats.
No.
Embrace the je ne sais.
No, it's Australia. They'll never get anywhere. It's the entire,
It's Australia.
The entire reason the SSK program failed for Australia, and the same reason it's going to run into fun for the Canadians, is because the moment you try and make something with long enough range to get between their two main bases.
But you see, that's why my torpedo boats are brilliant. Every single harbour, quay, and fishing pier can be a base.
No. 96everyone. If you could disband the Bureau of Ordnance pre-World War II and replace it with an organisation similar to that used by the Royal Navy, would you? No. Why would I? The Bureau of Ordnance is fine.
You don't need to disband Bureau. You just need to take the convinced of their own perfection leadership out of it. That's
basically the trouble with Bureau of Ordnance isn't the fact that it isn't the Bureau of Ordnance, is the fact that like the Air Ministry in the UK, it got captured by a particular faction who didn't want to listen to anyone else. And that faction believed they were God's gift to the Navy. And therefore could never be wrong. Whereas it's one of those constant things of those interesting things is you need to have people in power who have a healthy dose of, I'm never going to let on that I think I might be wrong, but I'm going to listen to the people who are saying I might be wrong, and I'm going to get it checked. The reason I can't let on I might be wrong is that's going to mean people are going to start having confidence issues. But that doesn't mean I can't listen. Because I'm confident in my correctness, I can listen to the arguments against what I'm doing, and I can see if I can peruse them for better ideas, or if I might actually be wrong. And if necessary, then I can adapt. I can go, ooh, that is a wonderful idea to variant on, isn't it? I think we'll do that as well, and then slowly shift the forces over to it. You can do all sorts of things. It's one of the reasons why during World War One, when they, the British Army and the Royal Navy both start to really adopt this quite a lot, is because, okay, you have 3 or 4 methods of attack going in, and instead of having an attack and a diversion, you have 4 what are probing strikes going in, and whichever one does best is the one you shovel all the resources and reserves behind to slam through. So you don't have an attack and diversion, you have 4 potential attacks going in. And whichever one does best, you shovel in the reserves to.
If you bet on both black and red, you always win.
Yes. And
green.
it gets even better if you bet on black, red, blue, green, yellow, and pink.
I don't think they have pink on a roulette table.
No, but they do have a they do have a pink Power Ranger.
This is true.
And let's be honest, pink Power Rangers rarely ever had the fun moves in the Power Ranger, but when they did, they got the kicks in. Someone did a statistical analysis, and I noticed because the person who did it is a former master student of mine who submitted a dissertation recently. But they went through all the various the sets of the Power Rangers, and statistically, if you were going to be hit in the vegetable crown jewels or vegetables as a gentleman in Power Rangers, statistically, you are most likely to get kicked in that zone by the pink Power Ranger. For example, particularly in 2 seasons of one of the Power Ranger shows, 2/3 of all their kicks ended up in that region.
So what I'm hearing is pre-bottom surgery.
Yeah,
That won't help you.
What you're hearing is when the pink Power Ranger actually gets the fight, she has heat-seeking feet. 96831. With the Royal Navy Town-class destroyers Mark 14 torpedoes showing the same issues, did the RM modify them to fix them, or were they removed outright? They were replaced rather quickly.
Did they come with Mark 14s?
I think they did come with they came with something along the lines of the 4 stackers that they got.
Because the 14s were submarine torpedoes.
They came to 13s, I think. Their destroyer version of them had the same warhead issue.
You know what's one of the bad things about living around a lake that serves as the giant heat sink for 2 gigawatts of nuclear energy?
It's nice and warm.
It gets very foggy.
I fail to see a problem here.
Yes, but you're British.
Wait.
Look, we might have 60 different words for various types of rain, but that doesn't mean we just thought we always exist in water. Carrot 151. We know where the USN store ships for reserve. Where in the Empire would have been the ideal conditions for the RN to store a massive ships like the US did with the 4 stackers?
Scapa float.
Scythe.
No,
Portsmouth.
they did store. They stored them in various navy bases around the world anyway, and that's where they did have their reserves. But if they're going to store them in ideal conditions like the Americans did, it's probably going to have to be somewhere on a similar or opposite latitude and longitude.
Oh, in Australia.
Probably
That
somewhere in Australia, maybe somewhere in India, that sort of area.
Oh, in Australia. Warm, dry, and there's nobody around to touch the boats.
But when you're reactivating the vessels, you might find weird spiders in places you don't want to find them.
Look, you say weird spiders, I say proactive anti-boarding mission. So the joke Drag makes in his 2nd Pacific Squadron when they pick up the snakes that wrap around the main guns.
Mhm.
They've just added to the lethality of the back.
Bone.
So someone tell Glenn he's being very annoying. This is the fourth series that I just now am mulching through.
Don't worry. Bone, how compatible are the roles of cruiser carrier, light fleet fighter carrier, and did the RN ever consider combining them? Yeah, pretty much that's what they are. The cruiser carrier concept is the small carrier concept, and that evolves through various things to become both the escort carrier program and eventually the light fleet carrier program. But basically, the cruiser carrier is the small carrier program. You have the cruiser carrier, the strike carrier, and the battle and what's called the battle carrier programs, or fleet carrier program, and eventually, basically, the strike and fleet mold into the fleet carrier when it's able to have the larger air groups. So hence the Implacables, and the cruiser carrier actually sort of divides into a Woolworths carrier or escort carrier and a Unicorn, Colossus class based on HMS Unicorn, which of course was a forward aviation support ship upon our honour. And how would the Majestics have fared as cruiser carriers in early war? They'd have been really useful. They'd have also probably been used as other things as well, but we'll leave that to one side. Architect 96. Could the tension-wire solution of the Swordfish be used for heavier torpedoes dropped from faster planes, or would it require additional work? It would have required additional work, but they were working on it.
The basic principles still sound.
Principles sound, it's just the existing version will need to be worked on. Jonathan Moon, unrelated side question. I would if I may, could you guess how many hours of Dr. C I watched this year on Twitch? Now, I think this is probably to do with this. I have had my Twitch recap come in. And if someone has a Twitch recap, one, of course, has to go through the Twitch recap. So I will, of course, because I am a nice and solid person, and also because I like to occasionally wind people up a little bit, I'm going to go through my Twitch recap for you all.
Before you start, Dan, it's been an hour. You need to head off now.
Yeah, it is now 10 past 11.
Yeah, I'll go soon.
Roger.
I will.
Roger.
Right then. So.
Basically, this is me hitting the snooze button.
All right. Yeah, please look, Dan, do look after yourself, okay?
Yeah.
So.
Mark 712. It's great. It has an effect on
Twitch recap.
I've done it.
my mental health at all.
We're going through the. I have been a viewer, a streamer, and I've been involved in community apparently. High scores: hours streamed 721, total streams 263, distinct days streamed 137, 6,987 total hours watched. So fairly decent for the size of a thing I am. What I have streamed, a lot of just chatting, like we're doing now. Ultimate Adult Dreadnoughts has taken up a lot of time. Timborn's then Pirates of the Burning Sea and Red Alert 2's in there as honorable mention. Let's see. 28,503 chats received. The top channel emotes. I am surprised that Warspite hasn't done better. Only 27 times has Warspite come out. The Naval History Live has come out 48 times. And the Victory Cannon has come out, well, I would say that's 17 times, but apparently that's 10 and 7 times, because I think they're the same one. We'll leave that to one side. And the Hype Train comes out occasionally, 26 times. Biggest fan, Jonathan Moon, Leslie, Paul, Ali Loves History, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, Runon, Timu, Cody, Lions. Crossovers, 33 collabs with Runon. 2 with Fleet of Oceans, 1 with Garius the Brit. Received 9 raids, mostly from Garius. Sangloon has also done a few, as has Eld Games. I've sent 36 raids. Mostly I've raided Runon. I'm sorry, Runon. You appear to be the target of my Viking. Then there's Fleet of Oceans, I've rated 12th, and Flambas I've rated twice, apparently. There'll be 9 clips made of me by 6 unique clippers. My top viewed featured clip is apparently this one, which seems to be Pirates of the Burning Sea. Hype happenings. We've done quite well. Chat badge unlocked. Yeah, it's all looking good. And yeah. So this is it. So yes, thank you for that. All thanks to you. This is Twitch has been doing well. Twitch is doing better than it was last year. And that's the thing with me. I like my Twitch to be getting better each year, and that's what it has been doing. So thank you.
So would you like to say that you like to be getting more twitchy each year?
Look, there is a person called Ina who is a HoloLive VTuber and is part of Myth. She is known for making terrible puns. She would be disappointed in you right now.
Yes, I think Rowan needs a punishment.
For some weird reason, you still want me around, and I continuously make puns like that.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're the pun king bag.
Also,
No,
I have 3 brain cells. 2 of them are still in the quote-unquote chemical pits, and the third one is attempting to discern the taste of glass.
Jonathan Moon, it said you streamed for 750. Jonathan Moon, it said you streamed for 750 hours, but I watched you for 1150. You probably watched a few repeats. We'll leave that to one side though.
Also, Twitch. Twitch's customer-facing tracking is a bit of a meme.
Yeah. Jonathan Moon, answer that one. Architect, regarding earlier talk about leaders, how would you rate Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan? Not the worst. Not the worst. Definitely fair. There's a lot of research. It comes from an analytical background. I never have qualms about a historian being in charge of anything. Usually we do research. Joel Fredericks, one day after the Falklands War, the PM orders you to prepare the defense of Hong Kong against invasion in 1997. What investments would you make? Chicken-powered nuclear bombs? No, I wouldn't go that one. If I have to defend Hong Kong, then I have to find a way to buy time. That is the thing. I have to have a system to buy time, not for reinforcement, but for international outrage. To kick in and cause trouble for China. So I have to buy time, which means I have to buy myself about 3 weeks. If I'm going to buy myself 3 weeks, then I've got to have a minefield. I've got to have bunker defenses. I've got to have ways to get people out of the civilians off the streets. I've got to have basically ways to turn. I've got to turn Hong Kong into the urban warfare nightmare of a hellscape. I've got to turn Hong Kong into the scenario which people will talk about in many years in versions like Stalingrad, but going, it was worse. I have to turn Hong Kong into the urban warfare environment where people say, you weren't there, man. You weren't there. And also that means I'm probably, first thing also doing is I am doubling and probably hiring my own Gurkha Brigade for Hong Kong. Because that's the nearest place I can get some troops who are the type who are not going to give in just because they start to get rolled out by large numbers. And I can hire them in. I've also got to try and turn the locals onto my side, so I've got to make sure I've got that going as an education program and all sorts of things, but I've got to have a training program for them as well. But yeah, it's going to be fun. What would everyone else do?
Well, have you ever wanted to do armoured combat in a auditory car park? Because if you've got no place to maneuver, you're going to need a very hardened force.
Senator, you might joke. Enid's not Mrs. Clarke. I will not sort of say that, but I will say my mum has now found a spirit animal because she has found girls with tanks, and she has found the girl who commands the Bruships tanks while drinking a cup of tea.
Darjeeling.
Yes, and she loves her.
God.
Because you know what? She reminds her, because you know the first time she drove in
But
a
chilling.
driven around a tank, she was drinking tea as well.
Back in a moment.
You mean Darjeeling?
Yes. My mum has decided that she's going to get a poster of her.
Makes sense. Absolutely a brand for your
When did
mom.
Seneca get here?
There was actually a Gurkha brigade based in Hong Kong until 1994. Yes, I would have 2 brigades, basically, of Gurkhas.
And Seneca's here because we haven't got around to banning him for a while.
Seneca is here because Dan hasn't worked out how to ban Seneca from this part of the Bruships stage. So Seneca's having fun winding up Dan.
Yes.
Imagine doing epic combat with chieftains on the defensive in Mutsu Kappa.
Yes.
You need to get the
You can't bomb them because they retreat under the skyscraper, then pop up when you come back.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you going to do? Charge into the armoured brigade?
I would claim no responsibility for Seneca Nero, or anything which may or may not have occurred to his connection to the voice call. That was not me. It was somebody else. And it was totally not done for any form of humor or satirical purpose.
Oh, good lord. Joel Fredericks, one day to answer that one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if all British cruisers with guns below 8 inch in 1936 became copies of HMS Edgar from Modern Warships? Dragon? HMS Edgar?
Actually, improved Minotaur fine.
address
Go on, Rudolph.
the Hong Kong question.
No.
Hong Kong? Me?
Yeah?
This is going to sound like a meme, but it's not. I would have some way of deploying useful anti-small and medium boat mines without the use of boats or aircraft.
Do it.
It would probably kind of look like a trebuchet.
Not the weirdest idea I've heard.
There can be all sorts of interesting things developed to make it. I'd also
Wait.
I'd also kind of like
combat.
I'd like the idea of going to channeling my inner World War II home guard and seeing if I can't set the sea alight.
Greek fire.
That's always a possibility.
Okay, in combat, they defend the city where the entirety of the surface level has been turned to lava. They defend it by moving their gepards onto the roofs of skyscrapers.
Project Wingman.
Oh, that's Project Wingman.
Yeah.
So
Project Wingman is the sunken cities because, you know, big meteor.
Yes. And just put your gepards on top of your skyscrapers. You don't get radar clutter, your enemy gets radar clutter.
Okay.
As for
What
the
we're gonna do?
Sorry, go on, Foxer.
What they're going to do is shoot down the skyscrapers and make their offensive even harder.
Yes.
But as for
Honestly,
as for the Edgar question, six
it's very
six twin 6-inch auto main turrets, multiple 3-inch turrets, four quadruple torpedo launchers.
Oh, those aren't just 3-inch. Those are Ottomalara 76s.
I know, 8 of them.
Which...
Basically, in the nicest way, if you converted all light cruisers in 1936 to HMS Edgar, With her range of radar and other systems aboard her, the German Navy would be annihilated within a couple of days of World War II beginning, and the Italian Navy would probably not end up declaring war because, God help them, they're more sensible than that. Because that's going to be able to put up enough of a firepower threat that, in a nice way, you've got 8 Ottomalaria 76s providing you air defense, along with your 12 6-inch guns providing you air defense, and the radars from Edgar's period to provide them with fire control. Then that's going to be a very tough air defense bubble, and that's going to mean you can do all sorts of nasty operations with them.
I didn't even know the World of Warships had a tier star.
They do. It's above tier 10.
Yes. Tier 11 super. It's a tier. It's a super ship, which is not technically a tier, but it's practically tier 11.
Mm-hmm. I think even in the files it's considered tier 11, but I could be mistaken. Because they've had stuff that come out about it.
Any thoughts on Portugal's rearmament and their procurement choice of ships? I think they're going for some new Daemon multi-purpose ships from memory. They're things which are basically mini LHDs. They're getting some logistics vessels. And yeah, they probably are going to be looking for some frigates at some point. I'm not sure if they've already decided that decision or if that was coming later. I've heard different things from different people, so I'm not 100% sure if that makes sense. I'm currently looking through their official website to see what they are officially saying.
Aren't they a lot like the Irish Navy, where at this point anything is better than the nothing they have?
Well, they do have... They have... like 5 frigates, Bartholomew Diaz class and the Vasco da Gama class, all roughly 3,200 to 3,300 tons, all roughly the same. Length, speed, range, all those things. They're all multi-purpose frigates. Yes,
okay. They're not the particularly capable ones, are they?
They have 5 of those, and they have a couple of corvettes. Well, they have, I think, a few more than... They have a couple of corvettes, actually, in service, if I'm not mistaken.
The big question is, what is actually the territory of Portugal? Do they have any overseas territories still, or is it just like
they still have some Azores and things like that. They actually, this is the interesting thing, is they actually have more sailing ships in the service than they do patrol ships, I think. Yeah. No, actually no. They have the same number of sailing ships in service as they have patrol ships.
They should arm the sailing ships.
Yeah, okay. So, basically, look. Here's the thing. You have to remember, for a lot of small countries, the world being wars of choice, etc., was very attractive. I've had this discussion about Ireland a few times because they keep considering occasionally arming their propeller trainer aircraft with actual missile capability, with actual missiles. So they have a theoretical air intercept capability. And it's a case of...
Intercept capability?
Huh?
An intercept capability?
Well, that's
not the weirdest idea I've heard.
No, it's not. But unfortunately,
It's possibly
the fact is, considering where they operate and the number they have, the Eurofighters from the UK will still get to any threat first.
Yes, and the aircraft is not going to have the climb rate, ceiling, or maneuverability to get those missiles on target.
Don't.
Taking a turboprop
radar guided missiles that they would fire at range, so beyond visual range engagement scenario. I think that's what they were looking at the time when I last was talking with someone about it, and was going, yeah.
So taking turboprop trainer aircraft and super Tucanoing it into a ground attack close air support aircraft. Okay, fair enough. As an intercept?
Yeah, you know,
People have
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see how it works out.
people have ideas occasionally. They have ideas, but
Ukraine uses their propeller trainers against drones
yeah,
and Shaheds.
I think
Yes, but also, Dan, go to bed.
I'm going to, but the thought that occurred to me with that one was more the. Don't think of it as a kind of a fighter or an interceptor or anything. Think of it as a way of getting some momentum behind your short to medium range surface to air missiles.
they don't have any of those.
No, but that's basically what you're doing. If you stick a ASRAM or something onto it, it's got it. You know, that's got a decent range for taking out something that's not a first line fighter.
That's what, a lot of this discussion in the in Ireland about defence has come because they were hosting a European dinner for a major European conference for the first time while they needed air defence for it, right? And traditionally, up until Brexit, they used to ask the Royal Navy for it. And this time they were again going to ask the British to provide something to wander over, because the British basically underwrite the Irish defence. And the British went, honestly, we don't have a destroyer spare, because we presumed you'd ask another European partner. So they're now asking the French, and there's a discussion that the French have maybe asked for some money for this. And that's causing a lot of people to go, oh. And I'm going, well, actually, that's understandable for the French to do it, because for the French to do it, they're going to have to bring a ship round possibly from the Mediterranean ports. So it's a long way, whereas for the British, it was, oh, it's going to pop over from Plymouth or Portsmouth for the into the Irish Sea. Oh, we'll call it a training exercise, and maybe go and visit Liverpool and do a bit of R&R around the UK for a bit.
Isn't the Irish government a touch cash strapped?
They always are. Ireland is the classic asset-rich, cash-poor nation.
Well, redacted, hard redacted from an Irish citizen.
Yes.
There's a lot that can be said about the practices of the government of the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah, basically, it's one of those things of Irish governments don't tend to like to spend any money if they can avoid it on anything other than their pet projects.
But they just don't like corporate taxes, period.
No. But there again, neither do the people who sponsor their electoral campaigns, so what can I say? But yeah, so Ireland needs to do some work on their force structure. But there again, I do like their Dead Poet Society. Their Dead Poet Society has some good patrol ships.
Yeah, but we need the Living Poet Society.
No, you don't. You don't want to name a ship after a living poet.
That's bad luck.
No, worse, you never know what poetry they'll write about the ship that's named for them. Volunteer per order, Sullivan. Where would it be reasonable for Britain to build Fort Drum-esque fortifications using the surplus guns and turrets from the Grand Fleet? Oh,
Have you heard of the Isle of Wight?
Gibraltar, Singapore, Ceylon,
Malta.
Imagine turning the Isle of Wight into Fort Drum.
Ireland is looking at buying Ireland is looking at buying a Type 31 frigate. That would be a massive jump in capability for their force structures. And a single frigate is also not much help. But it would be a massive jump in capability.
Imagine
Might
a
even
pair of
give the
Ford
arrow
drums.
and a missile.
Hmm.
A single missile, but a missile nonetheless.
Imagine a pair of Ford drums anchoring Singapore.
Yeah, that's the thing is, their water filtration will be broken at the time the Japanese are coming.
Look, the problem with Singapore is that, in the nicest way, there were two pillars supposed to be for its defence. One, the Navy was supposed to be able to get out there, and two, the Army was supposed to not collapse as quickly as they did, and it's a command structure collapse rather than a force structure collapse. And realistically, what you're doing if you build sort of Fort Drum style defences around Singapore, and you have let's say 2 or 3 of those positions around Singapore, the island, and to provide extra defences beyond the island itself, you are creating bastions which, as long as they're held by competent officers, and could well be held by local defence force personnel, with some backing from some local troops, they could hold up any potential invasion of itself of Singapore. And you have to remember how low the Japanese were on supplies when they took Singapore. The Japanese had run out of water, they were running out of food, they had run out of ammunition. There were all sorts of things. They were, when the British surrender, the British actually have supplies, the Japanese don't. That's the really weird thing, that quite a large British army surrenders to an army which has running out of everything, because their high command practically has been massively defeated, because they did things like let the Japanese get control of the blooming water reservoir, which was silly. There's actually are physical built defences around the reservoir to hold, but no one had remembered to detail a force to go and hold it. What can I say? There was a massive brain fart going on, collectively, by the staff.
I don't think that was a brain fart. I think that was a deep brain thrombosis.
Night you just said the Night 681. I'm not sure if I think you missed the joke that's made about them. The Samuel Beckett class are named for poets. Yes, they're called the Dead Poet Society. That's the nickname for them. Okay, I'm just explaining that just in case, because for some reason you decided to at me with that. So yeah, basically those areas are probably fine.
I would like to report the obvious, that we continue to do Night Shift's job for them. And now Night Shift has escalated to lying about what they have gotten done.
Uh-oh.
That's silly.
Yes. They said they were told to take a set of rollers and associated hardware from one side of the turbine hull, off the scaffolding, and to the other side of the turbine hull. Guess what I found for me when I got to my workstation today?
A thing in the original position.
The thing on top of the scaffolding. Where they were supposed to have put it in its stowage position.
Well, fun times. Nightingale, how deep was the Bureau ordnance over the Mark 14 and Mark 13 torpedo? So I'd add one as well. Incredibly, because they were sure they got their figures right, and mathematically they had. It's just, as we said before, things like the pin were just a micron too short, and all sorts of things which will cause trouble.
And also, they didn't realize that their testing methodology was flawed. So they'd go back to their test reports, be like, the system tests fine. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Well, it was a lot more insidious than that, though.
Unable to replicate user-reported failure.
No, they're nicknamed the Dead Poet Society because all the poets involved that the ships are named after in the Blackburn class are dead. So the joke is they're the Dead Poet Society, like the film.
And the macabre joke is, in Ireland about them is they're the Dead Poet Society, because if any war happens, they're joining their namesakes in heaven immediately.
No, I'm fairly certain they make an honourable exit to the nearest harbour and wait for the Royal Navy or someone else to show up to protect them.
I think the assumption there that the only way Ireland's getting invaded again is if it's the British doing it.
Well, you know. Hey.
Worth a try.
You know, okay,
Surprise,
we might be looking and going, ooh, that's some comely farmland is over there on that area. Some comely farmland.
It's only like 796 time the charm. I'm sure you'll win this time, lad.
Hey, look, it depends who we channel in our attempt to take over Ireland.
Oliver Cromwell.
Yeah, that's the methodology which proved quite good at pacifying certain areas, mostly by eradication. Yeah. But usually, actually, in British history in Ireland, we get invited in there. That's been our normal history. Usually we're invited by one faction to fight against another faction.
Well,
And in doing so, you piss off a current heretofore disregarded third faction.
Yes, usually.
well, like for most of Irish history to Cromwell, you can break it down into Ireland versus the Pale, aka the Irish versus the Normans. And the English king has a really bad habit of being called into random wars by the Norman lords.
Yes. Yeah.
Which totally wasn't a ploy to waste all the King of England's money so he wouldn't actually try and go to war with France again.
To be fair, knowing the Brits would do it anyway.
Yeah, nicest way. It doesn't matter if we have any money, and that's the way we invade France to get the money.
Yeah, but you've got to give the Normans credit for trying.
There are many
Should
got
I-
to give credit.
You don't need to have money now. You just need to have money when the interest installment is due.
What's the term? You only need to pay the mercenaries once if they all die in battle.
Technically, it depends how you recruit them as well. You might not ever need to pay them at all. They might be recruited by your lords to serve for you as part of their feudal commitments. And then when they die in battle, you don't have to pay the lords because they don't have the troops for you to pay, and the lords therefore lose out, don't get to claim money from you.
If that requires you to trust your lord,
Oh,
and this is English history.
yes, but usually that was how they recruited their feudal armies. Boy, what would HMS Unicorn look like in modern day? Probably not too dissimilar than she did historically, honestly. You're still looking at needing quite a large hangar space for maintenance and repair and doing all those things. You need quite a flexible asset, so you're probably talking somewhere in some 30 to 40,000 tons. For considering how much aircraft have grown, and that's one of the big, as I often try to explain to people, the big driver in growth of size of aircraft carriers has been the size of aircraft. They have grown massive compared to what they were historically, and in weight and everything, and that's one of the reasons why the carriers have grown in size.
Also, probably going to have a higher than normal for her size class electrical output.
Yeah.
Because you presume that a maintenance carrier is going to have far more testing and machining spaces and fabrication spaces on board than even a normal carrier would. And that's all going to have to be powered.
Okay, next question is a fun one. So, basically, okay. So, I'm trying to remember a good example of them. look, free piston engines is basically a crankless internal combustion engine of that kind, and the piston motion is not regulated anyway by a crankshaft. It is regulated and organized by the way the actual gaseous forces interact with each other, and there is usually a sort of both a rebound device and a load device, the phrases which are often used as sort of it's weird, and I would prefer more to let an engineer explain this than a history of engineering guy, because I usually explain this by the fact that this is a lovely idea with a lot of people come up with, because has very interesting, in specific areas, it has very interesting properties and capabilities. In terms of a lot of modern systems, it's usually used for hydraulic engines and sometimes used for some hybrid electric systems, but it's mostly, we're talking about vehicles which will not be running on normal roads and not be under those normal regulations. It's theoretically a system which in some ways should offer advantages, as it should reduce the number of components, which should make an engine therefore more simple and more efficient and more effective. But also it has a lot of complications in it and bits which, if they go wrong, you end up with a lot of issues. So it's one of those things of, if it's well repaired, well maintained, and working as theory suggests, is great. It hasn't got a lot of forgiveness though if it doesn't. Hope that explains it. IKB for a new IKB. Stafford, if the Iran Navy had ended up building 3 HD, did they spring for a third carrier, increase the Type 2631 orders? I doubt it, but you could always dream. But I doubt it. If they'd gone with the 2 and 3 order plan, which they'd done originally, the idea was to have 6 escort groups. So 6 escort groups would have been based around at least 6 Type 45s, of course, but originally they were planning more of them before they paused them. So when they're talking about this design and putting it through this design, they were planning on building 9 Type 45s. So they're going to have 3 task escort groups, which are based on 2 Type 45s and 3 based on 1. And then you were going to have 2 Type 26 style vessels per task group, plus 2 more for the UK patrol, and then 1 Type 31-ish vessel for each task group, plus about 6 more for other duties around the world. So the idea would have been 12 Type 31 style vessels, about 14 Type 26 style vessels, and about 9 Type 45s. Spread across 3 groups. The reduced Type 45, single Type 45 groups would be the amphibious warfare groups. But you could always hope, but we'll see what happens. I don't think that force will appear. Not unless someone gets to go and beat someone. Oh, questions need coming open again. Shall we open questions for another bit and take in some more? Do about another 45 minutes or so. Go on to half midnight, if that's okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we're taking about another 10 questions. Yeah.
One question I think I asked but didn't find here was if we replace all US destroyers with insert tier 10 US destroyer in World of Warships in like 1938.
Which tier 10 destroyer for the US? There's 2. Technically 4.
I don't know that. You decide.
What's the question?
All destroyers in the of the USN in 1938 get replaced by these destroyers? What would how would the world change? Regarding the destroyers for bases deal and the fight in the Pacific and stuff like that.
Not much, because you're only looking at what? A gearing instead of a Fletcher?
No, in 1938?
Yeah.
All the
That-
force deckers.
Quite significant, actually, Foxo. Also, it's question is like this is what I was saying. Which tier 10? Because the tier 10s you've got is the USS Hull, the USS Forrest Sherman, USS Somers, USS Gearing, Laffey, and what's that other one? The USS Burroughs. One of them uses the 5.5 inch. That you've got the Somers plus the Forrest Shermans are what's it called? Post-war destroyers. I don't remember the actual class name.
Simultaneously, the sleepiest and deadliest ship in the fleet.
And then the USS Hull is going to be horrifying because that's got the that's got 3 fully auto-loading 8-inch on it.
I would say.
Okay, then.
I would say let's go for the. I would say the one I'd go for as being most likely they could have in that period would be the Somers. And
No, I mean the strongest,
that
the strongest one.
What do you class as the strongest?
It'd be the Laffy and the gearing.
No. Gearing's so much weaker than Forrest Sherman and Hull Foxo. Laffy's.
I thought Forrest Sherman was a gearing.
Forrest Sherman is one of the post-war ones.
It's the Mitcher class.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Mitcher.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
5 fully auto-loading 5-inch 54s.
Yeah, I would go with. I'd say, well, no, the Forrest Sherman. That's the post-Mitcher class one. So that's the 3 5-inch 54s singles and 1 quad torpedo, plus multiple 3-inch guns in 2 twin mounts, 2 twin 3-inch guns. Yeah, that's a fairly capable destroyer, but I still think the one to go for is the Somers because that's 12 torpedo tubes and 4 twin 5-inch guns.
Yeah.
So I take the Somers because the nicest way, that's going to mean the US Navy is going to be really, really happy with themselves.
But none of those destroyers have dual-purpose guns, unfortunately. But this might actually give them a chance to get them.
Well, no, they all have dual-purpose guns.
No. I thought Somers was the 5-inch 38. That's explicitly surface-only action.
No, well, I think those are dual-purpose ones because from what I was seeing them out on data, the 5-inch 54s are definitely dual-purpose.
On the Somers class.
They're not on the game. I've just looked on the game. In reality, they were.
Wait,
on a
so
game,
you're definitely referring to USS Somers here, the one with 4 twin 5.
I've just checked. I was going by my notes on the actual ships, not the notes on the actual.
No, because I swear they've got limited elevation.
Nope. They've got the Mark 22 mount, haven't they?
They're in the anti-surface only Mark 22 mount.
Yeah.
But the Mark 22 is pure anti-surface instead of anti-air.
It's low angle. It's not.
Well, I get right. Yeah. Yes. Technically, there's that. If they're
this is the phrase. They're low angle. They're not high angle. That's the thing.
They're referred to surface action only, though. So
I know they do in the game, but in reality,
no. In real life, they're referred. Mark 22 is a surface. No, either way, yeah.
No, I'm fairly sure they were able to do. Okay, we'll carry on.
Can I be naughty and abuse my...
I was going to confirm. NavWeb does refer to them as surface action only mount. If that helps.
I know I know NavWebs does, but that's because NavWebs has this thing about low angle gun mounts being surface only, and they say the same. They say something similar sometimes about some of the Royal Navy guns, and I sit there and go, no, they're just not high angle, so they can only do up to the here, not up to here. And that's the reality.
Because I remember that is explicitly said against them is because of this, they have this problem. But yeah, are you going to say something there? Sorry, Runon, though.
Can I be naughty and slip and abuse my position to slip in a question?
Yeah.
Has Doc checked the Patreon submissions yet?
Yeah, I have, but I decided I would prefer to have a Sunday of peace.
Evil grin.
The patrons are open. Suggestions are open for February, by the way. YouTube Micro Watcher, what if in real life warship names would be good for Star Wars ships, e.g., Koenig for an SSD? Pretty much you can name them for you could use any warship name for a Star Wars vessel.
Yeah.
Just don't use war
anything
sprites.
anything
Take over
but
the galaxy.
place names. Anything but place names.
I don't know.
I'm not certain that I would want to name an ISD king at all, let alone king in a language that is not basic.
Okay, Night Security for one. Here's a fun one for Fox and Dragon. If you were designing a design for the shipgirl battlecruiser HMS Queen Mary, what might you go for?
A very short skirt.
Why did you have to bring Queen Mary?
Very short skirt given her design.
So there was a bit of an argument about Queen Mary earlier today. So
okay.
One that I missed because I was at work.
Well, you weren't even on that server, to be fair. Which
You would
honestly,
have to go for long urban hair. Well, we are Queen Mary World War One, right?
I'm assuming so.
And I don't know, was there Queen Mary in World War Two?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
There's RMS, but not.
Then Dragon, your thoughts? I've got the hair and the short skirt.
Yeah, that works for me, but.
You'd also have to make her really overconfident for what she is.
Not sure I quite agree there, but.
We grant you a place on the Council of Big Cats, but we do not grant you the right of Big Cat. The title of Cat.
Well.
Okay. I would say also, as she is a big cat, but not a big cat, maybe she'd have the skirt would be leopard print or something.
That's what you would do. So you know those stereotypical Victorian safari outfits?
Yes.
Something like that.
Better.
Complete with a wide brim hat and short skirt.
So does that mean that when Fleet goes on ship-shaped trips, he would be cosplaying as Queen Mary?
Don't joke about that. Please don't. Please don't. In a nice way, Dan is no longer here to back me up on some of the things he did. I still cannot believe the full... Yeah. Okay. Sullivan, would a W19 firing using Sabo, as was made for the 280mm conventional shells, be accurate enough for a surface engagement at 15 nautical miles? Probably.
W19 is a miniaturized nuke, right?
Yes. Yes.
Why am I turning a miniaturized nuke into a Sabo?
Well, I don't know why I need that level of need that level of penetration for the nuke, but we'll leave that one side. It could do. In theory, it could be, but you know, and it should be accurate enough, especially in modern sensors.
I don't want to think about how big the barrel of a gun that could fire a nuke as a Sabo.
Well, It's a 10 and a... Ooh, it's a 11 something inch gun. Yeah, it's an 11-inch gun. It's 280mm, so it's 11-inch gun. I was remembering it too. I remember I thought 11 inch is that 279, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna check. So I quickly
The reason
pull
I
up
say
my
is because, like,
table.
a tomahawk is what? 12 inches? Plus? Can somebody look up how big around the fuselage of a tomahawk is?
Stuff. The Type 83 program won't cause a third carrier unless there is a radical change in government approach to defense procurement, and unless there is a radical change in the defense scenario whereby they are forced to invest more in defense. And there is a potentiality of this way that, honestly, the Ajax program has the potential to sink the British Army's procurement for the next 20 years. Because if it turns out to be anywhere near as fishy a program as it's starting to smell with everything I'm seeing about it and everything I'm hearing about it, then the Ministry of Defence could well go, this is entirely the British Army, and we're going to cut all the programs which are going to get cut are going to entirely be the Army's tracked program, and they'll basically get Boxer and artillery. And that'll be it. And all the money will go to the Navy and the Air Force, because there is a current running joke that the Army's been trying to replace CVRT for 30 years. They've gone for about, well, actually 40 years, once you go for it in a Warrior, for that period. They've gone through 5 programs. Each one has so far roughly ended in disaster. Some of those programs are joined together so they look like one program, but they're actually separate programs once you look at the different changes. And thank you, George Falls-Church, for becoming a member. Thank you. And it frankly gets worse as time goes on, and it's just run up bill after bill after bill. If you look at the cost of the program the Army's put into this, and you look at the cost of naval procurement, you could have bought your third aircraft carrier, all your F-35Bs you need for that carrier, and the rest of the carriers, and also bought another 6 Type 45s and still had change from it. That is an issue. And they still haven't delivered a working vehicle. And the IOC is looking even more and more unlikely to have been legitimate. And that's a problem. Because
what
that
is
means
IOC?
Initial operational capability.
Okay. I was wondering what the International Olympic Committee had to do with a British armored fighting vehicle procurement program.
Yeah, IOC is fun, and theoretically, if it's achieved it, you should expect the issue which has been going on for the whole time, the rattling, the shaking, the vibrating, the generally making people sick and ill with headaches, nausea, and other problems, would have been dealt with. But the reports coming in, let's put it this way, it's bad enough that someone from the British government said they had full confidence in the program the other day.
Is that the canary in the coal mine being pronounced dead?
Full confidence in the program is usually a step before they announce that we are now going to be reviewing the program, because whilst we have full confidence, we think there might be issues. And usually then the review provides a nice issue for them to get out of it, while saving face and not admitting that the government has got themselves into trouble. The problem is, the speed and pace this is developing is, it might not be a nice governmental inquiry, it might be a judicial inquiry, in which case the government is going to be looking for heads to roll.
Will any defense executives see the inside of your shiny prisons over this?
Well, it's General Electric, so currently the Ajax has Ajax alone, we're not talking about the previous programs, we're talking about the programs so far spent, has cost, as of March 2025, 5 billion. It was total to approved budget was 6.3 billion in 2015, and the question is, I don't think there's any vehicles which have actually been delivered that are of an acceptable standard yet.
Can I build a Ford for $5 billion? I know that goes a long way to purchasing a number of Virginias.
Well, yeah, as I've said before, you could have got the remaining six Type 45s for 1.8 billion at maximum, probably 1.5 billion. 100 Ajax have theoretically have entered service of the 600 of the nearly 590 which are to be procured, and of those, yeah, they've now halted use of all of them because soldiers have been vomiting in training exercises, and the phrase used in the official sentence was, "This is we have halted using this entire vehicle due to symptoms of noise vibration causing 30 soldiers to become ill to the point of advanced sickness during training out of an abundance of caution." Oh. Long term, it could develop into a good program. At the moment, I'm seriously surprised if it is, because, well, I think it's possibly the fact that they have decided to use certain systems for it. Oh. Yeah. But Ajax is... Look, the trouble is, Ajax again became a Christmas tree program. It got so many different projects hung on it, it was always going to have issues.
It is the product of the war on terror and the war to choice.
Yes. No one was feeling really serious about it, so they kept going on and kept going, oh, we can add this on, we can add this on. Will Azapods become more popular in military instruction? I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. They offer greater maneuverability and flexibility in some ways.
Aren't they the vibrating wing ones?
What vibrating wing ones?
The Azapods.
Azapods. Not vibrating wing. Azipods are the basically where you have your thruster, and it's almost sort of in a pod below the hull, and you can fill it you can twist it almost 360 degrees. So you can use it for station keeping as well as maneuvering and radical maneuvers and all sorts of things. So it also replaces the need for a rudder unit.
Yeah, I think for your carrier battle groups, strike groups, they probably won't come into play. They might have some interesting... they'll probably be very useful for minesweepers, and they might get, depending upon their acoustic tendencies, they might become very useful for ASW.
Oh, I could see them coming into carrier battle groups, because I could see them being put in as auxiliary units like they used to be on various vessels. They used to put in various forms of azipods and anthropods. Yeah, it's an azipod is short name for azimuth thruster, and yeah, they do spin around. Arthropods are people that walk, are things that walk. Volunteer per order, Sullivan. It's arthropods are invertebrate. Azipod. Azimuth thrusters.
Oh, looky
I'm
me. It's gotten back up to 4 degrees. Also, the lizards on night shift after working in a 90-degree turbine hull turned the brake trailer up to 74 degrees Fahrenheit.
Nice times. Nice, Aaron. Is it accurate that the Murons couldn't label? Well, they could try, but the Royal Navy is a very different structure, and the Royal Navy, when they're dealing with torpedo, if the Royal Navy's, it's one thing if your own people are saying it, but if your allies saying it as well, then you have problems, because the people saying it from the allies can be your equivalent numbers, who will go, we've done our own testing. You have testing facilities? Yes, we do. Lots of them. YouTube Macro Watcher, how would you upgrade the Hindenburg World Warships to World War II Allied service?
Riley?
Why am I bringing a German ship into Allied service?
Hindy's just a bad ship if she's not coddled by World Warships.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
AC-70 Azipod is an ABB trademark name. Yeah, as Azimuth thrusters. Azipod. But let's be honest, it's kind of like Jacuzzi. Azimuthing pods, they might be a form of azimuth thruster, might be the actual name of what the system is, but everyone calls them Azipods because it's kind of like Jacuzzi versus what they're actually supposed to be called.
Also, fun fact, I pass an ABB facility on my way back to my address of record.
You know, jacuzzis are a hot tub, but they're just still called jacuzzis. We're basically in the hot tub and jacuzzi interchangeably in conversation. Excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, that's what happens with something sometimes. How would I upgrade the Hindenburg World Warships for World War II Allied service? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to rip out the engines because, frankly, they are German steam engines, which is steam pressure engines, which means they are artistic. They are very, very powerful, but not a single one of them is the same as another, and maintenance is a frigating nightmare, and I frankly don't need that in my logistics train. I'm going to standardize on whichever one, depending on where I am, dual-purpose secondary is available, and then we're going to rock and roll from there. How's that sound? And probably
working on a Sunday.
Yeah. YouTube Magov Watch answered that one. AC-75. Did the Age of Sail really have equivalents to Constellation class debacle? Yes and no. It's not really the same thing, because in Age of Sail, you're not really building anything new, and also mostly people know what you're building. Usually what happens is you start building something, you get it, and then you go, oh, I actually wanted that. There are still issues, especially towards the latter part of the Age of Sail where there is technology. Things like the Mersey-class frigates, they have issues. They are about as large as you can build the frigates before you start realistically wanting to go for an ironclad, and realistically that's where the warrior class come from, to an extent. There are a few others as well, but it's a case of, again, one of the things you have today is you have a lot more... I would say, because of the way the media works, etc., it used to be a case that politicians would order ships and then would forget about them within a few weeks while they were dealing with the issues they had. And then they wouldn't know about the ships until they were entered service and they were somewhere in the world where they needed them. And then they go, oh, there's that ship. Or if they were invited to the launch. Otherwise, they'd forget about them. These days, you have far more political involvement because you have far more need for political involvement because there's far more visibility, and the politicians don't... Well, let's be honest, the most scary place in the world to be is standing between a politician and a camera. Actually, no. A young celebrity and a camera, or a politician and a camera. To the panel, I let you pick. Which one is more dangerous?
Are we including influencers with a camera?
Yes, as young celebrities.
Then a political influencer with a camera.
Okay. You can, Lions, but don't expect me to check it before tomorrow, and probably it'll be tomorrow afternoon after I've gone and collected the wood I need, because I need to pick up a whole load of plywood.
I feel like beginning between a political influencer and a camera might be dangerous for either the camera or the political influencer.
Oh, it would be dangerous for you as well, my friend. I'm sorry, it would be. Politician is more dangerous. Seems to be the chat's thing. And yes, I know the defense secretary has threatened to cancel Ajax, but it'll be if they do. Oh, goodness knows what we do. And there's a massive order to Poland as well for them.
Also might get Challenger 2 cancelled in the crossfire. So Charlie 3.
Stafford.
And the Bradley replacement. What could go wrong?
Oh, please don't go there. Stafford, how about the USN take the LCS Freedom Hull, give it a conventional power plant, and use it as a future frigate program for going the speed they want from the LCS program? Would that be good to stop that? No.
Oh, because the primary problem with the LCS as a whole is the speed.
And the
amount also very tiny.
And the things they have sacrificed to get them to the speed. Yeah, the Freedom class is
Freedoms are the tries, right?
Huh? And also, you have
Freedom's
to remember,
the trimaran,
if I'm
right?
not mistaken, no, the Freedom class is the single, the mono hull, and yeah, of those, 5 have already been retired due to hull wear, and they built 16, and there are 10 active and 1 still building. And then you've got the Independence class, of which they've completed 19 and they've retired 2.
I will say that part of that too, the hull wear, is because some bright spark decided that these ships did not need galvanic corrosion protection.
Yeah.
You're going to put dissimilar metals hooked into the same electrical circuit in a saltwater bath.
What I worry about the Freedom class is the fact that they have decommissioned Freedom, kept Fort Worth, Milwaukee's been decommissioned, the Sioux City has been decommissioned, and Detroit and Little Rock have been decommissioned but on hold for potential FMS for a military sale. And Cleveland's currently fitting out.
Whichever nation wants to buy those 2 ships, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, Ronan, think bigger. Hey, China, do you want to buy them?
No. The thing is, the stuff that they were built with, speed was such an important part of the criteria of their construction design that realistically you can't divorce it by just changing the engines around.
You have to rework the entire hull form and all of the... You'd have to build a new hull, and at that point you build a new ship.
Okay.
Different hulls need different speeds, need different hull shape.
Yeah.
High-speed hull shapes are really not that good for going anything more than high speed.
Nope. Oh no, Uruguay would not buy them.
Maybe India?
No, India has more self-respect than that at the moment. And needs different ships as well. Possibly some of the Middle Eastern nations. Some of the Middle Eastern countries which really have more money than they have sense and are happy to use that money to buy relationships might buy them just so they can have them sitting in the harbour so they can buy the relationship, but that's about it. And final question. What is your favourite SSD story or ship in Star Wars? And I'm glad I said this to the end. This could be a long question. And why do you like the Eclipse? And what's her story?
Which Eclipse? There's 2.
haven't read the books that come with them, but they're big. They got turbo. They got a super laser in the nose, and they're big.
So to clarify, Eclipse was the next generation superstar destroyer that had interdiction fields in the first variant, as well as a axial super laser. It was to be the flagship of Emperor Palpatine. They ended up getting able to be built 2 of them before Operation Return's failure, Operation Shatterhand. The second one is noticeably used by when R2-D2 hacks the ship and then crashes it into the Galaxy Gun.
Which led to a very interesting conversation in an RP.
Yes, it did.
Or could you integrate into the port of a looser Hulk and control the entire loose Hulk central computer from the hangar bay?
That conversation got very annoying very quickly.
It doesn't help when you've got a cybersecurity expert that's arguing
that Star Wars has no cybersecurity. It's like, well, then in that point, what's the point?
But yet, apparently in Star Wars, the reason they fight the battles the way they do is because they have exceptionally good ECM.
Yes, but as soon as anyone gets on board, that's it, you're done. We see this multiple times where anyone can just randomly access any terminal and do whatever they want with it. Ah, yes, this hangar bay control unit. Well, what does it connect to? The main reactor, life support, gravity. Oh, and the engines.
Which, like, you would think that if you have really good ECM, part of that really good ECM is defenses against electronic intrusion, right?
Oh, God.
Am I the only one that thinks that part of proper ECM is defense against remote electronic intrusion?
Well, this isn't remote. This is just... So, if they are on board your ship, it's not remote.
No, but what I'm saying is, Dragon, is if one of the defining features of your setting is that ECM is really, really good, so you're basically down to short-range, visually aimed weapons.
No. They're not visually aimed, and they're usually computer aimed.
It's not centralized fire control.
They have centralized fire controls.
But they're more optics-based.
No, they're sensor-based. Right, this is the... Star Wars apparently has good ECM, but then it doesn't have ECM at all.
It's floating as ECM. Everyone's like, we need to get close because everyone has good ECM. Nobody actually turns the ECM on.
No, I think it's more... Isn't the theory that the ECM, because it's space, it's as you're dealing with the larger number of ships there are, the closer the battle has to be because of the cumulative effects of the ECM, rather than the individual ECM. I seem to remember seeing that written somewhere and thinking, that sounds wrong. You either have good ECM or bad.
Post hoc justification.
Yeah, it does feel post hoc, ergo propter hoc. I'd also say no one in Star Wars has ever heard of the phrase of air gapping, yet they have these very precipitous little bridges with no protection to walk over to get to various things. So they have physical air gaps for people to access, but they don't air gap their computer systems. And why, in the name of all things holy, would you have an access freaking panel in your bloomin' hangar bay?
In case you need to access something like the ray shields or the hangar doors or... Yeah, no, it annoys me too.
Why? Then you have a localized system for that.
A hangar control center? You mean the thing which is just up there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't. Me and Star Wars do not have a good relationship because every time I actually start looking at their ships, I want to start screaming at various people in Disney and occasionally earlier in the Star Wars franchise about their inability to actually hold more consistent force in their head for more than half a second, and how they give goldfish bad names.
Resemble one of those goldfishes, and it's back down to 2 degrees again. Help.
Well, in regards to the question, out of SSDs, there's only 2 that really has interesting stories, I would have said, which is Nighthammer, which starts itself as basically a massive prison ship, but then once it escapes, it eventually gets captured by the rebels and is used by the rebels, in particular by Wedge Antilles, uses it as his own personal ship. Which I like basically say him going to the New Republic, yeah, no, this ship's mine, I claim right of salvage, you're not taking her. To a Super Star Destroyer.
Well,
which is
yeah,
a thing. Or the unique Super Star Destroyer Vengeance, which comes up in a bunch of the old games. And she actually has some semi-decent design features, like its bridge is not really noticeable where it is. It's built into the superstructure. Yes, there's still a window, but you'd hardly be able to tell the difference of it.
Okay.
And that's only one of its 5 bridges.
I know she's not technically an SSD, but I do like the Vanaheim.
She's referring to her own personal modified, what's called Venator class Star Destroyer.
And wears the funny hat. That's all that matters.
Okay.
And totally isn't working for the CIS.
Yes, that wasn't
Yeah.
Lusankia, sorry, Raptor. And it was Nighthammer, I was thinking. No, Nighthammer was the other one that was also used by Dala. Yeah, Lusankia. Nighthammer is also interesting, but doesn't much. Unless you look in some of the fan stuff where that gets really interesting.
Potato.
I can't be trusted over a Fighter class battle cruiser. Why?
You only had one of those, and of course your governor's going to say, I want that. And then they
I
got the
wanted
second
the other one.
But they only got that afterwards.
In nicest way, if a governor says they want one of these ships and you're already in charge of it, you just use your ship to to explain the governor exactly what part of their anatomy is left to request the ship.
The governor then goes, ah yes, well my tens of thousands of battle droids on the rest of these ships, which are all aimed at you, tell you what.
Really? You have that many?
Yes, he does have that many.
And why am I in a
Like I said,
position...
we totally aren't CIS rebels.
Yeah. Why am I not in a position where I can't get out of here?
They have an interdictor.
Ah, that's annoying.
A Super Star Destroyer.
No, they don't have unfortunately in the part they don't have a Super Star Destroyer yet, and I don't want them to. Yes, Minecraft Watcher, I do understand Bellator's. They count as Star Dreadnoughts, technically not Super Star Destroyers, but they're cool. But there's no stories about really any of them. If you want actual story-based stuff, the only ones with story is stuff like Nighthammer, Lusankia, which was the one that's captured, and the Vengeance. There's bits about others, like you've got Iron Fist, which has a little bit of stuff to it, where you get the real cool shot of, I think it's Lusankia and Iron Fist. I need to double check them, but broadsiding each other.
Mm.
The issue is that beyond a certain scale in any universe, a story stops being about the ship and comes about a group or a thing on that ship.
Like, if you want,
they become too big.
If you want to have a set ship, well, one which I very much enjoy, and Fox is gonna probably groan at this one, would be Chimera.
Yes, Ron, Dan.
Because that ship's actually had a lot of history through it before Thrawn even got his hands on it. Because if you want that, if you want Thrawn's earlier ships, you've got Grey Wolf and Admonitor.
Can I ask something? Why are all the AI generated pictures of Rom Mock that from Star Wars that you can see? Why do they look like a very specific British actor?
Because they weren't initially AI. Or are you referring to the one of him in that set, the armor? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's from the trading card game.
Yes. So I'm wondering if that particular actor did get some financial reimbursement for this, because they look exactly like him.
And considering how you've got another picture...
That is the problem with generative AI.
I said I don't know if that was actually
generative. It was pre-generative, I think. It's fun. It is fun.
The paper mill is stinky tonight.
Alright then. So that being said, thank you very much everyone for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a fun time. I won't open up for more questions because we are roughly... Well, we've been going for... We're 5 minutes short of 5 hours, so frankly I think we've been going long enough. But thank you very much for being here. Hope you liked the video. Please like, share and subscribe if you wish to. Please go and support Foxo, Dragon, Arunon. Dan doesn't ever request support for himself, but please, if you see him running around in a hospital trying to help people, just make sure he has access to a cup of tea. He needs tea. He needs lots of tea. That's always very kind. And thank you very much everyone for your kindness and support of the channel, and hope you're having a good Christmas period. I know we are 8 days into the Christmas month for December. I know there are 17 days to go. I know my bank balance is currently crying because, well, as you can guess from my occasional remarks about being the only boy in 40 cousins, you can imagine what my Christmas gift bill is like. But don't worry, I'm also cooking dinner for God knows how many people on Christmas Day. It's fun times. Take care, everyone. Have fun, and thank you for supporting the channel. Please like, share, and subscribe, and help the channel grow if you can. That's very kind of you. Toodles.